very much appreciate those that have jumped off to watch on the YouTube channel. Very much appreciate that.
So Commissioner Miles is going to try the phone because she tried Zoom again and it didn't work. So she said right now she's trying the phone. And while we're waiting, I have to apologize that I have to leave at 6:30. So I'm going to leave Zoom and try to listen to the rest of the meeting and participate if at all possible by phone.
Can Commissioner Hart, can you email me her telephone number again? Because I'll have to look for her to promote her. Okay, so it should be. It is now upgraded, so if there were anybody that couldn't join, you should be able to now. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I don't see Commissioner Miles in here, so I don't see her number. I'll continue to watch for her, so I'm not sure.
We have a quorum without her, so we can start the meeting, correct?
Okay, I just spoke with her. She's going to try Zoom again, but she's just not having any luck with the phone or Zoom. But I told her that we are going to start.
I suggest that we start and hope that you can catch up.
Sounds good. So bear with me, everybody. This is my first time running this meeting, and yeah, if I mess up too badly, please let me know, and I'll try to correct myself. I believe. How do I start this up? I believe the first point of order is additions or modifications to the agenda tonight.
I'd like to move that we place the statement that was going to be read, the commission statement, on the front end of the agenda before our public comments.
Does anyone second that? I have Michelle. And next step, apologies. Is
Okay.
the next step that we hold a vote for that then?
Yeah, you're fine.
All right. All in favor of moving the adoption of the commission statement to before the public forum, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. All right. And I have one other thing I want to amend. I would like to also put the public forum right after the reviewing and discussing the update Use-of-Force directive. But I do ask that we recess the vote till after the public forum. So we'll discuss, talk about it, then we'll go into public forum, and then at the end of that, we'll make our up-down vote on adopting that. Do I have a second?
Can you restate the motion, please?
Yes, sorry, I'll be more clear. Just so everyone can chime in and I guess debate the use-of-force policy, I ask that we go over it, I guess like line by line or whatever, and then we recess our vote on approving it till after the public forum. Does that make sense?
Can I just ask why you want to do that?
I was thinking, so in case if Shireen had any comments or comments on the use-of-force policy, that she'd be able to make her voice known.
I know that we don't have a second yet, but Shireen, would you be able to participate via phone when you have to leave?
I'm going to do my best to. So I will do my very best. There will be times when I won't be able to, but I will make every effort. And if you want, I've only got 10 more minutes where I can be on Zoom. I was going to offer to have Neri on my phone, but maybe someone else wants to try calling her so she can at least participate that way. But I don't want to muck things up. There are a lot of people on this, so.
Chair, if I may, can I just provide some further information on the recessing?
Absolutely.
So until after the public forum, because the items that are going to be discussed this evening, we do want to give the public an opportunity to weigh in on the policy and provide input on that. But we want to also allow for time to actually work on the policy with the commission. So the recess and vote would be so that after we can hear the public's comments and then we can vote, take into consideration their comments, and then vote on adopting anything that was discussed previously. Does that help clarify a little bit?
Yes. I don't have a second, so that doesn't move. I guess then we continue on with the.
Chair, I have a
Sorry.
question. So
Yes.
based on what Shannon just said, we would discuss the policy, then
Mhm.
have the public forum, and then have the vote.
Correct.
Okay, and that reasoning is so that people during the public forum part can weigh in on what they've just heard around the policy?
Correct.
Okay, does anybody have any thoughts about why that would not be a good idea?
I'm fine with seconding it, Jabu. My apologies. I was muted, but I'm fine with seconding that motion.
So I mean, I have some concerns about it. The only concerns I have is just, again, I worry that going bit by bit through that policy might take a fair amount of time. And I want to make sure, since we have a lot of people who'd like to talk as well, that they have the chance to speak before going into some of those, potentially some of those details. So since I don't know how long it will take for us to debate the policy, I want to make sure, since we have so many people here, that they have a chance, that they definitely have a chance to speak before, without having to wait potentially an hour and a half, 2 hours for discussion of the policy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I think that since they're here, let them talk.
And that changed my mind. I agree with that as well too. So I strike my amendment. So I believe then the next point is sorry. I believe then it is the adoption of the police commission statement on George Floyd. Am I correct? All right. I believe we've all been able to read over it and give any feedback. Do we have any feedback on it? Any amendments on it?
I don't. I think we all had an opportunity to read it and give any comments to Commissioner Harp. So I move to distribute this as a statement from the police commission.
I'll second that motion.
All right. All in favor with a hand raise? And it looks like that passes with all votes except for Neary, because she's not in right now. Eileen, how does that work? Is that?
That's right. I just turned on so I could make sure that you do need to declare, and I think you say that you're saying it exactly. That motion passed with all but Nairi, who's not able to be there.
Okay, so the motion passes. All in favor except for Nairi, who wasn't present. And I believe that moves us to the public forum.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Was it intended that we would read that to the public, or?
I don't believe so, but I'm more than happy to.
If the commissioners are okay with that.
Okay then. Yes, let me pull it up here and I'll give it a read. All right, here's our statement. George Floyd's killing by the officers in the Minneapolis Police Department was tragic and unjust. Our thoughts are with his family and friends and all who have been moved to register their voices of protest. We are sadly aware that George Floyd's killing, while horrific, was not unique. Too many people, in particular Black people and other people of color, have been killed or otherwise mistreated by police officers across the country. There are systemic inequalities and injustices that permeate every aspect of society, and problems in policing are merely one manifestation of those. And while we must collectively take steps to address those systemic inequalities, we on the Burlington Police Commission are particularly tasked with looking at and trying to improve injustices that are brought to the surface in policing. The challenges are enormous and resistant to easy fixes, but we believe that policing can be improved. We want to commend the chief of the Minneapolis Police Department for quickly and decisively firing all the officers who neglected their duties in the George Floyd killing. We want to commend the Hennepin County Attorney for filing initial charges against one of the officers involved And we want to commend the Minnesota Attorney General for taking over the case and bringing further charges against the other 3 officers. We want to commend all the police chiefs across the country who spoke up to immediately condemn the actions they saw on the videos, including Interim Chief Morrison of Burlington Police Department. And we want to commend those police unions around the country who also forcefully spoke out against the police actions captured on the video that were inconsistent with their training and incompatible with their respect for the humanity of those that they serve. While there is a danger that these are merely words, there are also words that would have been unimaginable to hear 20 years ago. And while we are hopeful that these words can be an indication that there is a growing willingness to take on the difficult task of improving policing, policing is fundamentally a state and local issue. Police cultures and policies and practices in one department need not determine culture and policies and practices in another. We are therefore focused on the Burlington Police Department, and our hopes is to work with those officers of the BPD and those chiefs and their partners on the City Council and in the Mayor's office, who are similarly concerned by past policing injustices and who are committed to improving the policing in the future. We do believe that there are those in the Burlington Police Department and on the City Council and in the Mayor's office who want to improve policing practices, eliminate unjust policing, hold officers who will violate their responsibilities accountable, and thereby engender greater trust in the community. In order to improve policing in Burlington, we on the Police Commission are specifically working on the following things, among others: relieving the burden on officers to police homelessness, mental health crises, substance use disorders, and the like by developing pilot programs for alternatives to policing and strengthening partnerships with community and social work organizations. Updating the current use of force policy to require of officers that they de-escalate whenever possible, and that the officers have an affirmative duty to intervene if they see another officer continuing unnecessary harm. Working to ensure that every member of the BPD, from the time they start training at the academy through the time they're a sworn officer, sees every member of the community as fully possessing of dignity and humanity, regardless of their race and regardless of the circumstances that led to their interaction with the police. Reestablishing trust by ensuring that good policies are in place to guide officer behavior and that mechanisms exist to hold officers who violate their professional duties accountable. Ensuring greater transparency and democratic participation in the setting of BPD priorities, values, and resources. And finally, keeping the voice of the community in the room whenever policing decisions are made. We mourn George Floyd's death just as we grieve for those in our community and in communities across the country who have been mistreated. We hope that our collective grief can be channeled in a productive way to help create a more just and equitable world going forward. All right. With that, we shall move on to the public forum.
Shannon, you're muted.
Always do that, I'm sorry. First up is Deborah Booten, and then Scheller Hinkle will be next. So let me just find Deborah. Deborah, I am unable to identify you. Scheller Hinkle. I did see you earlier. Okay, Scheller, you should be
Yep, I think I'm on.
perfect. And Lawson, if you would start the timer.
Great. Thanks. My name is Scheller Hinkle, and I would like to say that the Police Commission needs much greater oversight of the Burlington Police Department. It should not be up to the police to police themselves and their use of force. We've been letting them hold themselves accountable, but it's not working. People are being assaulted and being killed. The chief of police should not be the sole person with the power to dismiss, demote, or suspend police who have overstepped their bounds. And we can't expect the commission's oversight, which is to be, quote, advisory in nature, unquote, to make any real difference in protecting our neighbors. The commission's recommended accountability will not be applied if it's simply up to the discretion of the police department to agree with it or not agree with it. It is good that the commission has theoretically can access complaints, but they need independent subpoena power as well. And you also need to consider the fact that many people do not feel safe to complain. Given the embarrassing slew of police chiefs in Burlington who were racist and bullying community members and who did not sincerely sanction those who assaulted our community members, we need full transparency and accountability for the use of force. Avenues to communicate concerns, as the document says, is not accountability. The Burlington Police Department will not give up their power because it does not benefit them, but unfortunately, reforms are not working. If we want to save the lives of our neighbors, we need to hold them accountable 100% of the time, not just when they wish. Ambiguous language like should sanction behavior departs from accountability and leaves space for favoritism and corruption within the system. We need to hold those people accountable. If you don't want change, it is likely because the system benefits us as white people. If the Burlington police really believe that they can do better and they want to protect and serve, you should not be afraid of transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Scheller. Okay, up next is Sylvia Knight, followed by Colleen Winslow. Sylvia. I am unable to identify you, Sylvia. Colleen Winslow. You should be unmuted, Colleen, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Colleen Winslow. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a white resident of Burlington. I'm here to uplift the demands that have been made by the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, including firing officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. Police Chief Morrison says that the incidents of police brutality committed by these officers are well behind us and that she is not prepared to reevaluate past decisions regarding disciplinary actions. This is unacceptable. A 2-week suspension is frankly a slap on the wrist and does nothing to ensure that these officers won't brutalize POC again in the future. Morrison has also said that we should not be conflating the murder of George Floyd and the Burlington police shoving a person of color, which shows that she grossly misunderstands the nature and trajectory of systemic racism and violence in the police force. Derek Chauvin was disciplined twice for use of excessive force, and we all know that this did not lead to behavioral reform. I imagine that before the murder of George Floyd, the Minneapolis Police Department felt that Chauvin's actions were well behind them and that the discipline he faced was sufficient. Policing and prisons are not designed to address systemic causes and roots of violence, and I do not believe that any amount of reform will ensure safety for communities of color and Indigenous people. That said, there are many steps that we need to take to move us forward towards a future where the system of available help does not look like police. In addition to the demands put forth by the Racial Justice Alliance, the following are steps we can and must take right now. Suspend the use of paid administrative leave for cops under investigation. Withhold pensions and don't rehire cops involved in excessive force. Require cops to be liable for misconduct settlements. Withdraw participation in police militarization programs. Prioritize spending on community health, education, and affordable housing. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
And next is Andrea Coles, filed by Kat Wohlers. Andrea, you should be allowed to talk now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
All right. Hi. I am a white resident of Ward 5. My name is Andrea Coles. I use she, her pronouns. I am calling tonight to uplift the voices of activists of color and thank them for their ongoing work to dismantle the oppressive systems of violence that are present in our community, and thank them for their labor and leadership. I would like to thank the commissioners in advance for working with the community to address these issues. The institution of policing in this country was founded in racism and white supremacy. In the South, the police evolved out of slave patrols, and it is clear that as a whole, the police state in this country still exists to uphold these ideals. Black and brown Americans are disproportionately incarcerated in every state in America, including Vermont. We may like to tell ourselves that Vermont is different and better, but data shows that is not the case. According to data from the Prison Policy Initiative, Black people make up less than 2% of the population of Vermont, but nearly 1/10 of its prison population. Furthermore, incarcerated workers in Vermont make between 25 cents and $1.25 per hour. Any person who can defend an institution that continues to disproportionately incarcerate Black and brown people and exploit their labor, or who defends an institution that allows violent individuals such as Corey Campbell, Jason Bellavance, and Joseph Curro to continue patrolling the streets with the tools and authority to use deadly force, is actively working to uphold a false narrative of white supremacy. The police in Burlington are no different from the police elsewhere. The institution itself is immoral and must be abolished. I welcome the proposed reforms and request that they are put in place along with the reforms outlined in the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance articulated during the finance meeting public forum last night, and that I'm sure will be articulated during the call this evening. The demands that directly affect BPD are as follows: 30% reduction in uniformed officers, transform how, what, and where you police, stop policing our Black and brown children by getting officers out of schools, fire the dangerous abuse of officers previously mentioned, and many more. Finally, I want to reiterate that these demands are only the beginning of what needs to be done, and that our community will be much safer once the department is entirely replaced with strong community and robust social services for all those in need. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for your time, your comments.
Thank you, Andrea. Next, we have Kat Wohlers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kat. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Shannon. My name is Kat Wohlers. I'm a white.
Oh. Hold on,
lost
Kat.
you.
Hold on, Kat. That was my fault. That was so my fault, Kat. Can you?
How about now?
There we go.
All right.
Apologize.
That's okay. My name is Kat Wohlers. I'm a white person. I use she, her pronouns, and I work in the Old North End of Burlington. I demand that you hold Jennifer Morrison accountable for the actions of the current police force of Burlington BPD. This means to fire Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. It seems that their suggested skills in de-escalation has resulted in clear violence, harm to the individuals they interact with, and that they also function under racism and have racist actions. You need to transform how, where, and what you police. I stand with the Racial Alliance and that you need a 30% reduction of officers, serious and deep training of officers to discover how they participate and act in racist ways, that they need to stop harming Black and brown bodies, and they need to transform, I already said that, how and where they train the police. I stand in solidarity with Black and brown members of the community and ask that you do as well, and you do it with actions and not just talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat.
Next, we have Danielle Shaw, filed by Emma Redden. Danielle, you should be able to speak. Perfect.
Great, thank you. My name is Danielle Shaw. I'm a Ward 2 resident. I've lived in Burlington for the past 5 years. I'm here tonight to amplify the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. As a white woman, it's important that I acknowledge and thank organizers of color for the years of work that they've done on this issue. I understand that you've presented a statement and a use of force policy tonight, but I'm asking that you listen to your community first. We're calling for the BPD to be defunded, specifically through a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, the removal of all police out of schools, stopping the use of police for truancy calls, transforming how, where, and what you police, stopping the policing of this community's Black and brown children, firing cops that are hurting and killing people, including but not limited to Officers Bellavance, Coro, and Campbell, and prioritizing training on systemic racism. The community that you work for and the BPD alleges to protect is telling you what they need. I'm asking why you aren't listening. And I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Black voices and voices of color that are waiting to address you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Emma Redden. Emma, just 1 second. Okay, Emma, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, my name is Emma. I live in the Old North End of Burlington. To all the police officers on this call, to all the union police union folks on this call. I think you've been taught and seem to believe a lie that you are heroes that we need to keep us safe. But this country is literally burning to the ground right now to try to help you understand that you don't actually keep us safe. You protect white people's houses and white people's stores, and you terrorize Black people. That's a shameful job to have. Like, you have shameful jobs. The Police Officers Association came out with an ignorant, condescending, and racist response to the incredible visionary proposal Black people in our community have offered and demanded we meet. The statement that was released on Monday said, quote, "City councilors seem to be more concerned with introducing resolutions that offer catchy headlines and radical ideas without doing enough research into the potential ramifications of those ideas," unquote. So clearly whoever wrote that statement is confused about American history. Black people have been fighting for the abolition of abusive systems for hundreds and hundreds of years. Y'all are the ones who are just learning about this now. Whoever wrote that letter are the ones who think that this revolution is something folks thought of this week. We do know the ramifications of these ideas. There would be fewer cops to abuse and kill people. It's not that we're confused or stupid or unprepared. It's that we're holding a mirror up to y'all and y'all don't like what you see. I stand with the Racial Justice Alliance and demand a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, the ending of the policing of brown and Black children, getting cops out of schools, firing cops that hurt and kill people like Carew, Campbell, and Bella Vance, transforming how, where, and what you police, and for the entire department to have extensive training on how systemic racism operates.
Next,
Thank
we
you.
have Denise Casey, followed by Reed Frost. Denise, you should be.
Hello.
Oh, Denise, I think that you're,
Hello.
there you go. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm also here to stand and support the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. And what I want to say is that we really need to think that we're not tweaking anything here. We're not putting Band-Aids on anything. This isn't how do we change a few degrees of our policy and how we're working right now. This is a total upheaval of how we're currently operating. And that's going to take time. And so I really encourage us to follow the strategic and national leadership of Minneapolis right now and the systematic way that they are working to defund the police department. In the commission statement that you just read, you uplifted the quick and decisive firing of police officers involved in the murder of George Floyd. And yet we have not had quick or decisive actions happening in our own police department following the abuse of police officers of Carew, Campbell, and Bella Vance. So again, you say that like you address that words are minimal, but that's happening in real time right now. And another point that I'd like to make is, in the commissioners, in the statement that you just made, you said de-escalate whenever possible. And that feels like just such an ignorant statement. White supremacy is something that's been created and architected for 400 years. It's something that lives in our bodies. And there's no amount of 4-hour, 5-hour, 100-hour training that's going to remove that. This really needs to be a total understanding of how systemic racism works in every aspect of our lives. So I will continue to read the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance that I fully support, and am grateful for their tireless leadership, which is to reduce the uniformed force of police officers by 30%, transform how, where, and who you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, get out of the schools, stop making truancy calls, fire the abusive police officers that have harmed and killed people in our communities immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Reed Frost, followed by Callie Flynn. Reed, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'd just like to reiterate the points of the Racial Justice Alliance as well. Specifically, 30% reduction in uniformed officers, and to get the police out of our schools. Also to stop using police for truancy calls, and to fire the abusive officers Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, and also to implement educational and systemic racism within the police force. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Next is Callie. Callie, I am unable to identify you. I have Reeve Flynn. Also unable to identify you, Reeve. Is Phoebe, followed by Tom Redden. Phoebe, you should be able to speak now. You may have to unmute yourself on your end, Phoebe. There you go.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Phoebe Gunthermore. I'm from Southern Vermont and have lived in Chittenden County for the last 6 years. I'm here to demand with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance that the Burlington Police Department reduce the uniform force by 30%. I demand transformation in how, where, and what you all police. I demand you all to stop policing our Black and brown children, to fire people, and I hope for you all to systemic racism. The police is an institution founded in white supremacy and violence. Ultimately, I aim to work towards the goal of abolishing our police department. I studied social work at UVM, and much of what we were trained in is to deeply and actively listen. I ask you all to meet us with curiosity, to listen and try hard to understand where our voices are coming from. From the statement the Burlington Police Department released in response to last night's finance meeting, it has been made clear that you all did not listen to last night's voices and demands with curiosity. The statement was dismissive, it's patronizing. We are not suggesting that all of the functions the police are supposed to serve aren't valuable. I am not proposing defunding the police with nothing in its place. What we don't want is violence. What we don't want is Black and brown people to be brutalized and killed. I hope the money that we are demanding to defund from the police could in turn be used for creating new and investing in established systems and infrastructures on anti-racism, healing, collective support, collaboration, and accountability. I ask you all to humbly consider all of our voices.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tom Redden. Tom, you should be allowed to talk, followed by Courtney Ray Torrey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Tom.
Right, I want to thank the commission for listening so well tonight, and I know you have a tough job to do there. I have a few points. I'm a 65-year-old white guy, privileged white fellow, living in Vermont, and I've been following, I'm a college professor, been following the issue of race for a long time now, and there are a few observations. Number one is that if we as a state, as a city, as a country are going to tackle this, we have to take a look deeply at the issue, as many folks have said, of systemic racism and the lethal illness of white supremacy. And it's more than just policies. Policies are important. We need new leadership locally. We need new leadership in Washington, but clearly we need a shift of consciousness. We need a transformation in which white folks have a reassessment of where they are in this country and the responsibility that all of us, and I include myself here, in the violence that we have perpetrated against African Americans in particular and people of color in general. White folks need to own this problem of race in the United States of America. The second piece, I want to support the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. The third is that I want to, in terms of Burlington and again, nationally, is us to think about reimagining our priorities. And what we've seen is over the last 40 years, social services have been absolutely gutted to the point that we have 500,000 homeless people in this country. 1 out of 9 households in this country has hunger. We have 28 million uninsured. And at the same time, since the 1990s, we have well over 100,000 plus new officers. Since after the war, we have the militarization of police. And the result of all this is that we have a frayed social fabric. And at the same time, we have over-policing throughout the country. And people talk about the defunding, which I understand. What I'd like to think about is to refund to reinvest in this country, to take the 30% from the police budget and refund that, reinvest it locally. And it's an issue of housing, healthcare, education, mental health, addiction services, etc. We need leadership.
Your time is expired.
Now is the time to act, and I appreciate you paying attention. Thank you, Connie.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Courtney Ray 40, followed by Casey O'Reilly. Courtney, you should be able to unmute yourself. Perfect.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to hear our thoughts. I'm a resident of Ward 2. We're in the Old North End, and I'm calling primarily to uplift the list of demands made by the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, specifically how this relates to the Burlington Police Department. As someone who has worked in social work, my husband also works in social work in the city, and pretty familiar with the system. I see a great need in our community for us to reallocate all these resources. So much of the crime that we say we need policing for really stems from these greater issues of poverty, of homelessness, of oppressive systems that we're hearing so clearly about tonight. And so these demands of reducing uniformed police officers by 30% in the Burlington Police Department, I think will provide some funds to go towards these social services and communities of need. I'm also supporting the request for the ending of policing in schools. This is not helpful for children. This feels like a threat. I think we can offer more counseling, more mental health services, train social workers. I want to see transformation in where, what, and who is policed by our community. I want to see that we stop using police for truancy calls. And most notably, I want to echo the demands that Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance are fired. I've heard this echo throughout the community for a long time now. And if the Burlington Police Department is going to talk about accountability, we need to see that followed up with action. These police officers are not serving their community. They do not instill trust. Please hear these demands. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Next up is Casey O'Reilly, followed by Emily Hedrick. Casey, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Casey O'Reilly, and I'm a white resident of Burlington, Ward 2. I use she, her pronouns, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my partner, John. First and foremost, we want to uplift the demands put forth by the Racial Justice Alliance, including but not limited to reducing uniformed officers by 30%, get police out of schools, transforming how, where, and what you police, stop the policing of brown and Black children, and fire the abusive officers Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. I'd also like to take a moment to discuss police brutality and address the draft of the Burlington Police Department's use-of-force guidelines that's on your agenda tonight. This document briefly and vaguely defines excessive force as, quote, force that is not objectively reasonable from the perspective of a reasonable officer in the same circumstances, end quote. These words are by design empty and meaningless. There can be no objectivity in an institution founded upon and perpetuated by white supremacy. And the phrase reasonable officer echoes the racially coded language of our forefathers, who used words like civilized and decent when what they meant was white. This is not merely semantics. It is a continuation of a long tradition. Those in power deliberately use abstract and coded language because it enables them to protect their own, just like the BPD has protected the abusive officers Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance, among others. To once again use the words put forth by the Racial Justice Alliance, we are building toward a future that systematically dismantles all systems that perpetuate the false narrative of white supremacy. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Next up is Emily Hedrick, followed by Rhiannon, I apologize, Wiley. Rhiannon, there we go. Thank you. Emily Hedrick, I do not see you. Rhiannon, you should be able to speak now.
Hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Rhiannon Wiley. I'm an Asian American resident of Burlington. And I just want to say that we have had police reform movements in our country for years now. And it doesn't seem to have worked. Even when their actions are caught on camera, police officers across the country and within our own community are still perpetrating violence against civilians, especially Black civilians in our own community. And in our own community, these officers have pretty much just gotten off scot-free. Like, where is the accountability? How can reform possibly work without accountability? We need a fundamental change to how we conceptualize public safety in our communities. We need to proactively support our Black and Brown communities who bear the disproportionate burden of a corrupt societal power structure. And a minute to talk about your use of force policy and the reasonable officer language. When you adopt the reasonable officer standard, and the reasonable officer in the United States has racism within them, you've just codified a racist standard. So I really don't think that this use of force policy is very helpful right now. And you say in your statement on the murder of George Floyd that you want to improve policing practices, eliminate unjust policing, hold officers who violate their responsibilities accountable, and engender greater trust in the community. And we don't want empty statements. We don't, merely words is not good enough. Prove to us that you're committed to change. Therefore, I echo the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance to reduce the uniformed officer force by 30%. Stop policing our Black and Brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, you know who they are, and have broad training in systematic racism across the entire department. And we need you to transform fundamentally how, where, and what you police. Thank you, I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up is Erica Johnson, followed by Molly Schneider. Erica, you should be able to speak. You may have to unmute yourself on your end, Erica.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Erica Johnson, and I am a resident of Ward 2. I am here tonight to join the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, to transform how, where, and what you police, to stop policing our Black and Brown children, to fire abusive officers Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, and to train on systemic racism throughout the entire department. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak today, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Molly Schneider, I am unable to identify you. Alana Redden, followed by Emiliano Void. Alana, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Alana, and I'm a white resident of Ward 6. I want to remind this committee, and specifically the officers on the call, that someone's job, and specifically your jobs, will never be more important than someone else's life. And that's what's at stake right now. Officer Campbell of the Burlington Police Department killed a Black man in our community last year. The Burlington Police Department reporting shows that 20% of Burlington Police Department's cases where officers use force were against Black people, when Black folks make up only 6% of our community's population. The flippant, insulting, and racist letter that the Burlington Police Officers Association released refers to the quote-unquote real problems our city is facing and the integral role that cops play in these interventions. The fact that the BPD can't acknowledge police brutality and white supremacy as quote-unquote real problems is a sign of the department's overwhelming incompetence when it comes to effectively addressing white supremacy and systemic racism. Additionally, militarized police officers who are more likely to escalate a situation are not actually the best people to support community members dealing with mental illness and substance abuse. Trauma-informed social workers are. The BPOA letter implies that the people of Burlington calling for the defunding of the police department and the Black organizers leading the charge are ill-informed and unrealistic. This fight has been led by brilliant and strategic Black organizers for literally hundreds of years. This type of white supremacy guises updated guidelines and lip service statements is beyond insulting, and honestly, we see through the bullshit. So hear the Racial Justice Alliance when they say, reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children by removing officers from schools, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, particularly officers Campbell, Coro, and Bellavance, and implement comprehensive training on systemic racism and
Alana,
white
your time is
supremacy,
up.
both in their personal and professional lives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Emiliano Void. Emiliano, you should be able to speak. You may have to unmute your, there you go, perfect.
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name's Emiliano Void, and I'm a Black resident of Burlington, Vermont. I stand with the Racial Justice Alliance and their demands of a 30% reduction in uniformed soldier officers, get all policing out of school, stop using police for truancy calls, certainly fire the abusive officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Belvins, and reinvest in communities of color. At the origin, police force is rooted in systemic white supremacist dogma that has carried through hundreds of years into today. And the fact that the entire country is on fire to bring this point to the forefront for you guys to acknowledge is an absolute pivotal point. We're at a time where a massive, massive wave for change has come upon us. And now the Burlington Police Department has a chance to either be a part of that wave of change or absolutely get swept from it. But Black people's patience and Black people's communities have kind of run their course in terms of patience. And we need you guys to help us push this change forward. So please understand what we're asking for. Put yourselves in our shoes. Acknowledge the demands that we're putting through and help us kind of change where we're at right now. Thank you, and Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ian Lund, followed by Alyssa Chen. Ian, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, Commissioners. I trust that you are genuinely interested in keeping the people of Burlington, Vermont safe. I also expect that you have a sense of the limits of what you can do as commissioners and may have preconceived notions of what aspects of policing can be changed. I also want to put into context the crowd testifying to you today. These people are telling you that the Burlington police do not make them feel safe. Do you know why they make people unsafe? Consider, for example, the three police officers, Bellavance, Caro, and Campbell, who have committed gross acts of police brutality and yet shockingly remain on the payroll of taxpayers. Why on earth would someone feel safe calling the police, especially a person of color, knowing that the officer that shows up to their door might be someone who has already gotten away with murder? I love to hear that you recommend relieving the BPD of the burden of policing people that they are not equipped to interact with. I would love to see you reduce the police budget by 30% and put that money towards social services that will actually help our community. Fund housing, healthcare, food security, mental health services, and addiction. We have too much to worry about already to also worry about members of our community getting murdered in the street. Commissioners, it's time that you too stand with the Racial Justice Alliance. Thank you. Yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up is Alyssa Chen. I am not able to identify you, Alyssa. Sophia Hudson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sophia Hodson, and I stand by the Racial Justice Alliance and agree with their demands of a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, the removal of police from schools, the stopping of using police for truancy calls, and the firing of officers Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance. I've spent the past 3 years in a research position investigating the root causes of violent behavior. And a consistent risk factor of violent behavior is the witnessing of violence at a young age. And I believe that the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance will help to decrease the amount of exposure to violence that the children and adolescents in our community are being subjected to. The disparity between the percentage of people who identify as Black in Vermont and the percentage of Black prisoners in Vermont is unacceptable. And until the police department demonstrates equitable treatment of all of our citizens, we cannot support the organization as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Next up is Helen Asmenia, followed by Hannah Brisland. Helen, you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Helen Asmenia Tostison. I'm a Burlington resident and I stand with the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. These demands are that you reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people. This includes Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. Train on systemic racism. I leave you with these questions. Who are you policing and who are you protecting? Look at your data, analyze it because we are, and listen to the demands of this community and act on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Next up is Hannah Brisland. Hannah. I am unable to identify you, Hannah. Next, I have Deborah Booten. Deb, you should be able to talk now, Deb. You may have to unmute yourself. Deb, can you hear us?
I apologize. I thought I did everything correct, but I didn't.
That's fine.
Thank you. I'm a 35-year resident of Burlington. We've raised both of our daughters here. And I wanted to first thank you all for having this meeting and for the attention you're given to this issue because it's really important. But I also want to acknowledge with hearing all the comments that I feel we are very fortunate to have a progressive police department. And I know that the vast majority of officers are good. They handle incidents properly, and I've seen them de-escalate situations incredibly well. So in my interactions with police were not always what I wanted. I didn't want to have those interactions, but I have to say they were always positive and professional. But I also recognize that I'm saying that as a white person. So these matters are really important to take to heart, the issues with the police brutality. And I seriously have problems with the officers who are still on the payroll and still working, who have done violent acts against people of color, against people anywhere. You know, we need to keep the officers who are good and weed out the bad. And I would like to see some serious work done to make that possible. And finally, I just wanted to throw out an idea that maybe the police department needs to be whatever shape it takes in the future. It's not the police. It should be peace officers, the Department of Peacekeepers, rebrand, get away from the horrible reputation right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Next up is Joanne Kazel, and followed by Tatum Olikowski. Joanne, perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Joanne Kalis. I'm a homeowner in Ward 4, Burlington. I also own a small business and I teach part-time at the Sustainability Academy. Sustainability means striving for environmental justice, economic justice, and social justice. Many of my students are Somali, Congolese, Black, and from other non-white ethnicities. I love these kids, and when I first came to Burlington, I thought it was a safe and caring place for all people. I watched the painful video in which Jason Bellavance horrifically beat Jeremy Melee outside of a bar, and I was floored and I was shocked, and I don't know what was more shocking, the violence I saw or the fact that nothing has really been done about it other than a slap on the wrist. I've since heard about other atrocities, over-policing, and I personally have had rude and belittling interactions when I have attempted to report safety concerns to the police in Burlington. As an educator who has a background in stigma, prejudice, and discrimination, social psychologists and social workers and so many other fields have known about systematic racism within the police and organizations for decades. Burlington's progressive and should be the leader in social justice within Vermont and the US. A militarized police state does not work, and that's what Burlington is feeling more and more like. We can't continue the way they are. We know that community-based social programs can better address mental health, substance abuse, homelessness, and most of the other community problems that we face. So why not start at the root of helping our community instead of hurting them? I support all.
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tatum, followed by Grace. Feel. Tatum, you should be able to talk.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tatum Olaskowitz and a Burlington resident of Ward 3. On our May 30th protest, we raised a Black Lives Matter flag at the Burlington Police Department. It was gone the very next day. Your promises have been empty statements. Even the symbol of care for the Black community, which required no action on your part, was gone as soon as we were. You say in your statement on the murder of George Floyd that you want to improve policing practices, eliminate unjust policing, hold officers who violate their responsibilities accountable, and thereby engender greater trust in the community. We don't want empty statements. Prove to us that you're committed to change. I echo the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. These demands are to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children. Caro, Campbell, and Bellavance are violent threats to the Black community. Fire them. Begin and continually update your police training on systemic racism. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Grace.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Grace File. I'm a white resident of Burlington. I want to amplify the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and acknowledge the work of Black activists and activists of color. The Vermont Racial Justice Alliance demands a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, getting all police officers out of our schools and stop policing our Black and brown children, and stop using police for truancy calls. We demand that you immediately fire violent and abusive officers, including Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, and implement comprehensive training on systemic racism and bias. The system of policing and the infrastructure of policing was built to control slaves. The first police brutality commission in the United States happened in 1894. For as long as police have existed, so has police brutality. How is this possible if police are meant to protect and serve? We know there are police officers that enter the force with the right intentions, but those intentions do not matter if they enter into a system that is deeply entrenched in racism that is woven into the fabric of this country and indeed in this state. Simply changing language and a policy does not address this issue. The Graham versus Connor case, which is cited in the third article on the first page about reasonableness, has been used time and time again against the victims of police brutality. In the cases of Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, Eric Garner, John Crawford, Samuel DuBose, Alton Sterling, and many, many others, the jury decided in those cases where innocent civilians were murdered by police that those police officers acted reasonably. I yield my time.
Next up, we have Charles Winkleman, followed by Jill Rudge. Charles, I am unable to identify you. Jill Rudge, you can unmute yourself and speak when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jill Rudge. My pronouns are she, her, and I live and work in Ward 2. I express solidarity with the demands put forward by the POC-led Racial Justice Alliance and echoed by hundreds of our neighbors. Demands crafted to build toward dismantling all systems that perpetuate the false narrative of white supremacy. In your quote, oversight of injustices surfacing in policing, this commission should condemn the police union's racist response to our calls to reduce police funding and redirect that funding toward racial equity. The union defends that only a fraction of the 30,000 incidents it responds to involves use of force. But the union does not mention that Black people are involved in 20% of those incidents, despite comprising only 5% of our city's population. The union concedes that there's an ever-increasing need for reinvestment in essential human services, such as mental health and substance use disorder supports. But sufficiently funding health services and family services and education and affordable housing means defunding the police, which takes up 22% of the budget. It means divestment from armed officers who are trying and failing to do the jobs of other experts. It means divestment from an inherently violent and racist institution that disparately polices, harms, and kills Black people and non-Black people of color. It means reinvestment in other community institutions, especially those led by and for communities of color. So I join the demand that BPD reduces the city's uniformed force by 30%, transforms how, where, and what you police, stops policing Black and brown children, immediately fires abusive officers Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance, and trains the force about systemic racism on an ongoing basis. These are not catchy or radical demands as the union characterizes. This is the bare minimum that the commission can do right now. Heed these demands. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Next is Sam Epstein, followed by Julia West, and then Kara Torres. Sam, you should be able to speak.
Hello. My name is Sam Epstein. I'm a white resident of Burlington Ward 2, and I also stand in solidarity with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. We're here to uplift the voices of our Black community members and Black organizers who have been fighting for justice for hundreds of years. The demands are as follows: to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, to stop policing the Black and brown children, fire the cops whose names you know that are hurting and killing people, and to train on systemic racism. In your letter responding to the murder of George Floyd, one of your first things that you mentioned as a way to improve is to relieve the burden on officers. How about relieving the burden on the social workers and the educators and the healthcare workers who have to do that work instead? And that would involve funding that could come from you. Your letter responding to the murder of George Floyd was full of a lot of words, hopefully not empty words, but honestly, I'm not that hopeful. But you know what word it didn't contain? The word racism. That's very concerning. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sam. Next is Julia West. Julia, you are free to speak.
Hi, my name is Julia West. I am a resident of Burlington, Ward 2, and I am white. I, like the people before me, am here to echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and train on systemic racism. I want to remind the people on this call that are white that systemic racism is our responsibility to end. It is not the responsibility of our brothers and sisters of color. And so with that, I ask you to do what we are asking and to listen to the public that you are supposed to serve. I yield my time.
Thank you, Julia. Kara, I am not able to identify you. Alexandra Zane, followed by Ryan Clausen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, my name is Alexandra Zane. I live in the Old North End, Ward 4. I've lived in Burlington for 13 years. I'm here to uplift the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance to reduce the uniform police force by 30%. No police in schools or response to truancy calls, to fire abusive officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, and to have the police get a training on systematic racism, and to personally reflect on why you became an officer and to see if your talents could better serve the community in a different way, and to focus reinvesting these funds back into the community. I now yield the rest of my time to my partner, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for taking such time to listen to a large group of us like this. I want to echo everyone who spoke so far. I'd ask you all to look at the reality of police institutions in this country. Look at how we really got here. Look at how people are made to suffer for profit against our will. I urge you to let go of this institution. Do not let go of your dreams to serve this community. The demands made here today are more than reasonable. Given the reality of policing in this country, this is a humble start. Meet these demands. Move away from policing our communities. We must enable oppressed groups for our collective wealth, our culture, and our society. The world is watching. Thank you. I yield the rest of our time.
Thank you. Next up is Ryan Clausen, followed by Lauren Atkin. Ryan, you should be able to unmute yourself. Perfect.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm here to echo the sentiments of those who spoke before me and to stand with the Racial Justice Alliance. I demand that you reduce the uniform police force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, remove all police from schools, stop using police for truancy calls, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, specifically officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, and that you finally implement serious training on systematic racism for all incoming and current officers. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ryan. Next up is Lauren Atkin, followed by Gina Pandolfo. Lauren, you should be all set.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lauren Aiken, and I'm a white resident of Burlington, Vermont. I'm grateful to be here tonight, and I want to offer my gratitude and deep respect for the creative resilience so persistently demonstrated by communities of color as they continue to find ways to survive and thrive under a constant onslaught of violence against their health, joy, and right to self-determination. Their voices are clear when they say that police have not and do not keep them safe, healthy, or free. The most recent statement of the Burlington Police Officers Association states that of the 30,000 incidents BPD responds to each year, less than 1% of them require the use of violent force. I would like to ask why police, who have no comprehensive training or accreditation in mental health, substance abuse, social work, or conflict resolution, why police who are gifted militarized weapons by the federal government are the ones being asked to support the community in times of conflict and trauma. It said in that statement that the solution to our mental health and substance use disorder crises includes police. Why? Were police to undergo the training required to truly offer support in these situations, they would no longer accurately be labeled police, and they certainly wouldn't be armed. They would be called counselors, social workers, conflict resolvers. These people already exist in our community, and they are also overworked and underpaid. And if Indigenous, Black, brown, and poor communities were given the right to self-determination and access to what they deemed necessary for their own well-being, even these state-sanctioned positions would also become irrelevant. Above all, people of color in Vermont know what's best for their own communities, and their right to self-determination should be honored. They have been clear about how BPD can specifically show up in this moment to support their health and well-being. And as such, I would like to also echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance: reduce uniformed officers by 30%, get police out of schools, fire abusive, fatal, deadly officers, and provide extensive ongoing training in systemic racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Gina Pandolfo, followed by Mary Lacey. Okay, Gina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you to the Commission for your public service. I stand with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance by urging the Burlington Police Department to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police. Immediately stop policing our Black and Brown children. Fire police who have, do, and will hurt and kill people without hesitation, and train the department on systemic racism. I urge this training to entail comprehensive, in-depth, nuanced trainings that are preliminary and ongoing. I also urge this training to include guidance around personal and collective reflection on the disproportionate impacts, especially the disproportionate impacts on Black and Brown lives and communities for generations, of power dynamics, of privilege, of reverence to hierarchy, and so much more. I believe our community believes that these demands are long overdue. And I hope the Commission's vision that the culture of one police department doesn't have to be the culture of all police departments. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Next up is Mary Lacey, followed by Life Lagros, and then Elizabeth McGavish. Mary, you should be all set.
Hi. My name is Mary Lacey. I'm a resident of Burlington, Ward 3, and I'm here in support of the Racial Justice Alliance demands that were created by Black organizers, which are to reduce uniformed cops by 30%, transform how, where, and what we police, stop policing Black and Brown people, fire Jason Bellavance, Corey Campbell, Joseph Caro, and train on systemic racism. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mary. Next up is Life Lagros.
Thank you for having me. I do want to mention that if it sounds like this Zoom is full, I'm worried that a lot of people who are seeking to make public comment are not able to get in right now.
Thank you. It's not full anymore. It's back opened up. There's plenty of space.
All right, good to know. So people who are waiting, please, you might want to think about the people who got passed over, recalling those names at the end. But anyway, thanks for having me. I work at the University of Vermont in Burlington. I have not personally had encounters with the police. I go by he, his pronouns, and I'm a white man, and I'm sure that has something to do with the fact that I've been able to avoid encounters. I'm here in solidarity today with the organizers, the Racial Justice Alliance, and other Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our community. I do want to mention that I know personally people who have had encounters with the Burlington Police Department that have not gone well. I have friends and family with mental illness, and I have had to, at times, make decisions about whether to try to get them help or to leave them in a state of crisis, because if the last resort is calling the police, oftentimes that can end up in a worse situation. It's a horrible place to be, a horrible decision to have to make. And, I wish in those cases there were more social workers, more mental health counselors, crisis teams, and, police are not social workers, they're violence workers. That's what distinguishes them, is that they can use force in a way that no other government function can on the populace, on civilians. And so defunding the police department and putting that towards social workers and to benefit communities of color would be a drastic improvement for the health and safety of our communities. So we're looking for the 30% reduction, transforming how, where, and what you police. Definitely stop policing Black and Brown children, fire the cops that have hurt people, and training on systemic racism. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Elizabeth McGavish, followed by Devin Russell. Elizabeth, I am unable to identify you. Devin Russell. I am also unable to identify you, Devin. Is it Mia or Maya Gwar Sloan? Maya, I apologize.
Yeah, it's Maya. Thank you.
Maya, thank you.
Yeah. I spoke last night at the budget meeting, and I just wanted to say tonight that I stand in solidarity with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance's demands. And if the turnout for these meetings isn't enough of a message for you besides those demands, then you have a lot of work to do. That's all I have to say. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just, if I can, just public comment here. I can identify people if their names are abbreviated or they're going by a different name than what they put in their email. So I do see some hands raised, and as someone just suggested, I am noting, and we'll circle back to those. But I need you to send me an email. I can't identify you by a different name. Bella Palmieri. Should be able to speak now, Bella.
Hello.
Hello.
To say that any system of oppression is needed to aid in the end of the oppression caused by that system is oxymoronic. To think that you know what our community needs better than community members directly affected by these issues and injustices is blatantly violent. And so I'm here to echo in solidarity the demands set forth by the Racial Justice Alliance. Those demands include a reduction in the uniformed force by 30%, a transformation of how, where, and what you police, an end to policing our brown and black children, that you fire cops that are hurting and killing people, for example, Jason Bellavance, Joseph Carreau, and Corey Campbell, and that you require training on systemic racism. The basic reforms you propose are already things that you should be doing. We cannot fix systems that are working as they were created to. The demands proposed here are the bare minimum and just the beginning. I yield my time.
Thank you, Bella. Next up is Britta Fisher, followed by Dana Keys Gibbons. Britta, you should be able to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
First, I want to address the statement you put out after the meeting last night. Calls to defund the Burlington Police Department are not about catchy headlines, but they are radical in that they start to get at the root of the issue of systemic racism and police-perpetrated violence. Second, I do not think that using the argument that 84% of Americans are not in favor of defunding the police is in any way compelling. The streets have been flooded across the country for the last weeks to yet again drive home what we are asking you to see. The system is working as it was designed to, and it is continuing to kill Black people and people of color. If your thoughts are truly with George Floyd and his family and with the protesters, then now is the time to put those thoughts into action. Problems in policing are not merely a manifestation of systemic racism, as you mentioned in the policy you read earlier. Rather, the police are a primary tool in violently enforcing that racism. It doesn't matter if the words that police departments across the country used in quote-unquote solidarity would have been unimaginable 20 years ago if later that evening those police officers incited violence and attacked the residents to protect white property at the expense of Black lives. I would like to remind you that the safest communities are not the ones with the most police officers. They are the ones with the most resources. To address the subject of this meeting tonight, I urge you to remember also that the use of force policy does not in any way alter the way that the police force is complicit in upholding systemic racism. To start adopting reforms that get at the root of the issue, I want to uplift the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. To reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and train on systemic racism. I invite you to take this opportunity to imagine a different paradigm and then to join us in fighting for it.
Thank you, Britta. Next up is Dana Keys Gibbons, followed by Electra Shaw. Dana, you should be all set.
Hi, my name is Dana. I live in Ward 8 and I work in healthcare. I'm very concerned by your response to our calls at last night's meeting to defund the BPD. The research has been done and the evidence is out there. Policing consistently targets Black and poor communities and people with mental illnesses. The BPD follows this oppressive and racist pattern. Mental health and substance use are healthcare issues and should be managed by healthcare workers. If being part of mental health care is your personal goal, then you're in the wrong field. Your presence in our communities is traumatizing. I support the Racial Justice Alliance demands to cut at least 30% of uniformed officers, get police out of schools, fire abusive officers, Corot, Campbell, and Levance. How can you say you promote ethical practices when those violent people are on your payroll? We demand you stop using our tax dollars to fund this racism. This is not a new or trendy or thoughtless concept as you implied in your response. That attitude is so disrespectful to so many Black people who have risked their lives to protest the police. We can't expect incarceration and punishment to fix our society. Defund the police and invest in reparations, mental health resources, housing, education, and jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Next up is Electra Shaw, followed by Joe Altman. Electra, you should be all set.
All right, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. BPOA released a statement claiming that they are providing high quality service of a type that's expected by Burlington citizens. The person who wrote that statement doesn't speak for me or my expectations. Social workers are expected to face dangerous situations without physically harming the people around them. But the police somehow believe those expectations don't apply to them. Some real examples of dangerous situations I and my team de-escalated without resorting to violence. A client threatening to follow all staff members home to learn our addresses in order to burn down our homes while we sleep inside. A client making threats while holding a gun. A client threatening to call the police so that they could kill a staff member as soon as police arrive in order to get the police to shoot them. I've done that work and de-escalated those situations without harm for over 8 years. The police, including BPD, have consistently proven that they are not capable of doing their jobs without resorting to violence, and they're not interested in learning how. It's time to transition to new modes of public safety. The police don't keep citizens safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Electra. Next up is Joe Altman, followed by Abbott Stark. Joe, you should be all good.
Hi, my name is Joe Altman. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a resident of Burlington. The police force as an institution is built on anti-Blackness and promotes criminalization of BIPOC folks above all else. You can't reform a system that only exists to protect white property by oppressing Black people. We must work to abolish the police and build something new instead. While we work toward the defunding and eventual abolishment of the Burlington Police Department, I'd like to express my solidarity for the demands written by the Racial Justice Alliance. We demand that you reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, including officers Joseph Corot, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, and train on systemic racism. I yield my remaining time.
Thank you, Joe. Next up is Abbott Stark, followed by Caitlin Curve. Abbott, you should be able to, perfect.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I cannot breathe when systems of white supremacy and racism are propagated by officers of the law. I cannot breathe when all I see on the news and social media are Black people dying at the hands of white people. I cannot breathe when our business comes to a halt because we have to send our staff out onto the streets to protest basic human decency. I cannot breathe knowing that my tax dollars in Burlington, and believe me, I'm paying a lot of tax dollars, are funding a racist police force. I cannot breathe when I receive a patronizing letter from the police saying that they're realizing that there's a problem and somehow they didn't realize there's a problem before and now they're going to change, highlighting the fact that of the few instances where they are using violent force, that violent force is disproportionately against Black people in our community. I cannot breathe knowing that if I were Black, I would be up at night worrying that someone, the police, is going to kick down my door and kill me and my partner. I cannot breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Abbott. Next up is Caitlin Kierv, followed by Eli Kierv. Caitlin. And yeah. Caitlin, you should be able to. Can you unmute yourself, Caitlin? And I apologize for the names. Do my best. Caitlin, can you unmute yourself? I'm gonna have to move on. Okay, we will move on to Eli. Eli, perfect.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Caitlin is my wife, and she stepped outside and just came back inside. So I think she's going to email you to try to get back on the list.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my name's Eli Kriv. I'm white and live in the Old North End of Burlington. I use he, him pronouns, but I grew up female and was raised by my parents to see the police as allies and friends. And that bore itself out in my experience. Anytime we were driving around and saw a police officer in a car, we waved, the cops waved back and smiled. And it was a really, wonderful feeling that I had this whole force of people for good who were there to protect me. And I did not see the flip side of that until I babysat when I was in high school, a 9-year-old Black boy, and we were driving. And when we passed a police car, he dove into the seat so that he was hidden from the windows and could not be seen by the police officers. And I was completely bewildered by his reaction. And I said, "What was that about?" And he said, "Those are the police. I'm scared. I have to hide." And at that time in my head, I said, wow, the police are really failing here if this 9-year-old Black boy has been taught to fear them. But I've now realized in learning about the history of the police department that the police were succeeding because that is literally what they were created to do, to make white people feel safe and to make Black people feel scared. I echo and uplift the voices of the racial justice group and the demands of reducing the force by 30%, firing the 3 officers who've been violent toward our community. And I think that kind of experience really shows what's at the root of these protests and why these reforms are not going to be enough. The police department nationwide is a racist organization that has to be completely rethought out and redone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eli. Next up is Oscar Flummer, followed by Barbara Piesch. Oscar. Okay, Oscar. You should, I see that you're unmuted. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
Hello.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Oscar. I'm a white guy living in Ward 3. I've lived here all my life. I was at the recent Black Lives Matter protest, and I'd like to start by clarifying to all the people who ended up vandalizing your police station were a bunch of unaffiliated white dudes, and not any of the Black or brown Burlington residents you were simultaneously patronizing and ignoring in your recent statement. You didn't need to take down the BLM flag in retaliation. One of the many problems I have with your draft directive is that it doesn't specifically outline what kind of measures are deemed as excessive force, which leads me to believe that tasering, punching, and chokeholds could still be considered as reasonable means of force in any circumstance that an officer's conduct is deemed non-excessive after the fact, when by nature these acts are not only excessive, but cruel. If you maintain that this inherent excessiveness is not the case, you're not reforming your department to the community's standards or expectations, the community you're supposed to serve. On October 6, 2018, your officer, Derek Hodges, laid his knee in an unnecessary use of force on Mohammed Wahizo's face in response to Wahizo pushing him and fleeing, which resulted in breaking his jaw. I think this would fall into your category of a restraint technique involving the neck, which according to your own verbiage, you said should be avoided, not refrained from entirely. And in that scenario, it was defended as good police work by Deputy Chief Murad, who's in this meeting right now, which in itself proves that police cannot police themselves. We should have professional trained third parties evaluate officers' conduct. I've been in Burlington all my life, and I don't want officers like Hodges having that measure of using his knee on a young man's face and neck up his sleeve at all. I don't want officers like Campbell punching their alleged suspects in the face multiple times at all. Yet in a press briefing afterwards, your previous chief claimed these measures were fair given the totality of circumstances, which is ridiculous. Specific violent actions as clear as punching and kneeing someone in the face should be specified as inherently excessive and cruel measures before altercations like those between Kilburn, RIP, and Campbell happen. It shouldn't be deliberated upon and defended after the fact. I don't want officers like Derek Hodges putting their knee anywhere near the heads, faces, or throats of Black community members of my community that they're chasing down for pushing them.
Oscar,
also, the statement at the beginning of this Zoom call stated that you admired the Minneapolis Police Department for firing the police captured on the video of George Floyd's murder, but we still have those same officers on the BPD payroll who have been exposed for unjust policing. Bella Vance.
Thank you, Oscar. Moving on to Barbara. Could you be under Jack, Barbara?
Hi, this is Jack. My sister is also signed up. It'd be great if you could come back to her, but I can go right now.
I don't see her in the list.
Okay, I will proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Jack Peisch, and I'm a white public middle school teacher in Vermont. My pronouns are he, him, his. I support the Racial Justice Alliance's work to build a future that systematically dismantles all systems that perpetuate the false narrative of white supremacy. To repeat those demands, reduce the uniform force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance that are hurting and killing people, train on systemic racism. In addition, I would like to address many issues in the police department's public response today. 1, you did not cite a source in your use of data. 2, your use of the word radical in referencing police reform, defunding, or abolition is just one of many ways that white supremacists have excluded voices that care about Black life. Making changes to protect Black life is radical. Those changes are bare minimum. Human rights are not radical. This rhetorical strategy of white supremacy is similar to the call many officials make for incremental and slow progress over time. This is exactly how white supremacy has been able to ignore Black life for hundreds of years. 3, you did not explain why addiction and mental health issues are issues that include the police. You ended the paragraph without any evidence. I will fill that gap with evidence to the contrary. These are issues that don't include the police because there are many, many professionals with titles such as substance abuse counselor and cognitive behavioral therapist who should be addressing these issues. Defunding the police would allow Burlington to pay these experts to help struggling individuals that the police typically identify as criminals. 4, no one will be emboldened by the lack of the police. The people that police respond to will not need.
You're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Katarina Campbell, followed by Colby Taylor. Katarina, are you there?
I am. Good evening, commissioners. Tonight, I offer a close reading of the following sentence from the recent BPOA press release. Quote, Burlington Police Officers Association members respond to nearly 30,000 incidents every year and use 2/3 of 1% of force in interactions. After a first read, the construction of this sentence left me with the following impressions. 30,000, wow, that's a lot of cases. 2/3 of 1%. That's not even 1%. That must not be many at all. These first two deductions can lead one to an interpretation that the Burlington Police Department responds to many calls and rarely uses force. Yet moments after reading, I realized I didn't have a concrete idea how many cases are represented by 2/3 of 1% of 30,000 cases. So I did some math and asked a trusted family member who works as a biostatistician to check my work. You can check my work too. 1% of 30,000 is 300. 300 times 0.66666678, or 2/3, is 200. That is 30,000 generalized interactions with 200 reported uses of force in the past year across incidents, including vandalism, ordinance violations, and noise complaints, which would never render a reasonable expectation of force in the first place. I remember when my wife and I were driving down Main Street toward the lake at sunset. The sky was becoming pearl orange when one of our headlights burned out. A police officer pulled us over. My nerves were simultaneously paralyzed and electric. After the officer left, my wife noticed that I couldn't stop shaking. As a person of color in this world, as a person of color in our Burlington community,
Katarina,
automatic response was fear that I would be one of the 200 that day. There was another way: defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next is Colby Taylor, followed by Olivia Gamsu. Colby,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Colby Taylor. I'm calling in to echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. I do want to say I believe these demands to be the bare minimum of what needs to happen immediately. We cannot waste any more time not making these changes. We're calling for a 30% reduction in uniform force, a total transformation of how, where, and what you police. My background is in mental health counseling, and like many others have stated, I promise you we are better equipped to handle a large number of the calls the police are asked to handle. We need to just stop policing our Black and brown children. We do not need police officers inside our schools. Fire the cops that are hurting and killing people. The lack of accountability in police departments across the whole nation is absolutely appalling and disgusting. We also need to implement training into our police departments on systemic racism. And this cannot be a one-day training. This training needs to be integrated into every element of the department and visited again and again and again. Ultimately, just listen to your community. There are so many people coming forward. So it's time to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Colby. Next up is Olivia. You may go ahead, Olivia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Olivia Gamsu. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a Ward 3 resident. I'm here to amplify the voices of POC and voice my personal support for the demands stated by the Racial Justice Alliance. As a white woman who has lived here for years, it is no surprise that I have not personally experienced violence at the hands of law enforcement, but I have heard the voices of our Black neighbors repeatedly explain that they have never and will never feel safe around the police. I'm also a victims advocate and violence prevention educator at a nearby domestic and sexual violence agency. I've supported survivors in Vermont who not only struggle with the trauma they experience, but also from their interactions with law enforcement. If their offender isn't also a cop, studies show that 40% of police officers commit domestic violence, and sexual violence is the second most reported form of police brutality, both of which affect women of color at higher rates. They oftentimes face disbelief or a lack of support from law enforcement, especially if the survivor has a substance use disorder and/or has a mental illness. And that's only if they report the violence. Many folks stay silent because they already know that the police do not exist to serve them, that the police might arrest them for violence done in self-defense, or that their Black or brown offender might be injured or killed by the responding officers. No matter how much training violence prevention folks provide, a system rooted in slave patrols built specifically to defend white people's property and uphold white patriarchal supremacy cannot be fixed. This is just a matter of reforming an entire system so much that it has to change the system from the roots up. Educators and advocates have been doing this underfunded work for years. The police are not changing. We need to defund the police and instead fund social service programs and other initiatives that will actually make Burlington a safer, more accepting city. Thank you, and Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Olivia. Next up is Alexis Hurley, followed by Max Green. Okay, Alexis.
Hi, am I on?
Yes.
Okay, I'd just like to say the main public issues we face in Vermont, like homelessness, hunger, and drug use, do not need policing. We need the money being misused by the Vermont police reinvested into strong social systems. We need to shift these funds to where they're needed immediately and clear out jail systems. Because the work being done by the police is creating more violence and division in our communities, so we need to be paying and listening to the people who can do meaningful work in these areas. We refuse to move forward with a police system that cannot acknowledge where they're falling short. I too would like to echo the demands from the Vermont Regional Justice Alliance to reduce uniformed police by 30%, transform how, where, and what we're policing, stop racial profiling, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, Coro, Campbell, and Bella Vance, and train on systemic racism in a more thorough fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Next up is Max Green, followed by Kenneth Noosh. Max. I am not able to identify you, Max. Kenneth. I am not able to identify you either, Kenneth. Laura Williams. You can go ahead, Laura.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Laura Williams. I am a white resident of Burlington, a parent and an educator. My pronouns are she, her. I believe that reform in policing is not enough. The status quo must be fundamentally changed. I request that you respond to the following demands from the community. Reduce the uniformed force by 30%. Transform how, where, and what you police. Stop policing our Black and brown children. Fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, specifically Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, Jason Bellavance. Train on systemic racism. Please meet these demands and help us all reimagine what public safety could look like in Burlington. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Next up is Julie Montera, followed by Amanda Calder. Julie. Okay, Julie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Juju or Julie Montera. I use she or they pronouns, and I am a white teacher who was a resident of Burlington for 9 years and recently moved away. Burlington is still my home, and as I will be back. And there's so much privilege in saying that because I know there are many Black and brown folks who do not feel safe in Vermont, and some have left forever. To the police officers and to the people on this call that are perhaps laughing, shaking their heads, or so deeply seated in their egos and racist beliefs, your job is inherently harmful, and I encourage you to quit your job and head to therapy because you have been conditioned to think and act in very harmful ways, and you could use some healing. What is happening right now is not a joke. People are dying at the hands of police officers, and the right answer never has and never will be to give more money or space or any resource to the police department. a department that isn't just racist, it's built on the ideas of racism and racial violence. There is no such thing as safe or anti-racist policing. Policing is inherently violent. The only people that might feel safe or protected from police officers, like the one stated in your baffling statistic, are people who are white racist folks who somewhat enjoy a sense of comfort that there will be people with guns to protect their houses and property from a false sense of danger that society labels Black and brown folks as. If police officers and policymakers cared or truly cared about supporting communities, they would see and know that policing is not protecting our community. Policing is a false sense of control and protection. I stand with the Racial Equity Alliance and echo their demands of reducing the uniform force by 30%, transforming how, where, and what we police, to stop policing our Black and brown children, to fire the cops that are responsible for hurting and killing people immediately, and to train cops on systemic racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Just to give everyone an update, we are about halfway through. Maisie Wormser, followed by Lydia Kern. Maisie, you should be able to speak.
Hi, my name is Maisie Wormser. I live in the Old North End. I'm a white woman. I urge the city to defund the police by 30%. I urge the city to hire professionals who are trained to peacefully and strategically de-escalate crises. Such an investment might have helped save the life of Phil Grennan or Wayne Brunette. I call on officers Bellavance, Coro, and Campbell to be fired. I call on all Burlington police officers to be held accountable for situations in which they use excessive force without just cause to be fired and charged. The decade starting in 2010 has had the most deaths at the hands of police in Vermont in the last 40 years. I call on the police to be removed from schools. Research proves that putting police in schools worsens academic outcomes and graduation rates, especially for young Black males. I call on the police to stop using police to respond to truancy calls. Truancy is related to a variety of factors that the police have not been trained to proactively resolve. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Maisie. Lydia Kern, followed by Abby Hodson. Lydia, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Lydia.
My name is Lydia Kern and I use she, her pronouns. First, I want to thank the Black Racial Justice Alliance organizers for their tireless work and echo their demands to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, specifically Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance, and train on systemic racism. Chief Morrison, in our last meeting, you asked the public to not focus on the past, i.e. the history of policing. That is irresponsible. On an individual and societal level, epigenetics and intergenerational trauma research show us that turning from our past perpetuates rewounding for multiple generations. The Burlington police force cannot be separated from their history, and their presence in our community is psychologically and physically rewounding in a brutal way, especially for Black, trans, and people of color in our community. When you put on your uniform, this is what you represent, regardless of your actions. I echo what Emma Redden previously stated, that this is a shameful career to keep choosing. Redistribute to social services. Cops are not trained for this. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Lydia. Next up is Abby Hodson, followed by Jesse Gustafson. Abby. Abby, you might need to unmute yourself on your end. Perfect.
Hello, can you hear me?
Slightly.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Abby Hodson, and I'd just like to say thank you for hosting this meeting and thank you to everyone who's spoken so far. I'm here to amplify the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance to reduce uniformed officers by 30%, stop policing Black and brown children, remove police from schools, mandate better racial bias training, and fire the aforementioned abusive police officers who did exactly the opposite of what they were hired to do. While I appreciate your written commitment towards racial equality, I believe that you need to prove that the measures you plan to take will have a positive impact on our community. People are dying, and a written statement is not enough. We need to not just acknowledge, but really fully understand that racism is deeply ingrained in our policing system, and that it will take more than minor changes to abolish this sickening abuse of power. The public is demanding accountability and transparency, and in order to rebuild trust, I would ask that you meet the previously stated demands of the Racial Justice Alliance and make more of an effort to communicate openly and frequently with the public. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Next up is Jesse Gustafson, followed by Laura Enklil. Okay, Jesse.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Jesse Gustafson and I grew up in Burlington. I just want to start by acknowledging that white people created racism and put systemic racism and white supremacy into place. Those of us that are white benefit from and are complicit in these systems today. They are embedded in every institution in the US, and there is no reason to think that the state of Vermont, the city of Burlington, and the Burlington Police Department are exempt from this. The horrific violence and racism of the police, specifically against Black people, is well documented. It has been since their inception, when they were created to preserve the institution of slavery. We all know this, and here we are having to appeal to you to defund an institution that sanctions the murder of Black people. I'm voicing my solidarity with the Racial Justice Alliance and support their demands in investing in communities of color, a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, removing officers from schools, and firing Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. I also want to say that the proposal that an officer would be given the power to deem whether or not a fellow officer's use of force was excessive is horrific to me. How can an officer trained by the same institution as the offending officer possibly be objective? The institution of the police has proven to be a danger to Black people, Indigenous people, people of color, people living in poverty, people experiencing mental health crises, immigrants, unhoused people, the LGBTQ community, and many more. There are people in our community terrified of the police, so who are they protecting and serving? Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse. Next up is Laura Engelkin, followed by Amanda Calder. Laura, I am unable to identify you, Laura. Amanda Calder. I am unable to identify you. Oh, Eagle. There you go, Amanda.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everybody for being here tonight. I work at Howard Center supporting people with developmental disabilities, and I'm active in my union, AFSCME Local 1674. Many of my coworkers, clients, and neighbors are people of color, as well as members of my family. This is a very important issue to me. The abuse of people of color has been able to continue because of division between white people and people of color. We will not be divided anymore. We are building towards a future that systematically dismantles all systems that perpetuate the false narrative of white supremacy. I ask you to support the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance, including to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, specifically Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, and train on systemic racism. A book you've probably heard of but should definitely consider reading is The New Jim Crow. I am sure that Burlington police do good things in many cases, but that does not take away from the abusive and racist things they do. And many of those things that are good can be done in a much better way. Many of the racist things don't rise to the level of excessive use of force. A speaker at the protest at Battery Park last week described getting into his own car in the Old North End and Brandon Del Pozo seeing him and being concerned he was stealing his own car. This is ridiculous. How many other racist incidents like this are happening? The issue isn't about bad apples. It's a rotten institution, regardless of any positive efforts by individual officers. The police are a tool honed over the centuries who function mostly to enforce racism and classism. Like I said, any of the good things that police do are incidental and can be done better another way. Police are not the way to keep us safe. Meeting these demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance is a first step and would show that you are serious about taking action to end racism and police abuse and to support communities of color. Is that my time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Meg Reynolds, followed by Janine Bartlett. Meg, I am unable to identify you. Janine or Jeannie?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks. My name is Jeannie Bartlett and I live in Ward 5 in the south end of Burlington. To the officers on this call, I imagine that the idea of abolishing an institution that you serve and that you were raised to see as an honorable public service feels like an attack on you personally. Likewise, calls to dismantle white supremacy could strike me as a personal attack. What has most helped me in learning to work towards justice is to read and to listen and to realize that institutions I inherited are not the ones I wish for. I invite you to read the many resources that have been developed over decades about how to care for our community without the institution of police. Ideas that feel scary and unknown suddenly become reasonable and logical. If you do this work, we can abolish the police without abolishing your worth as individuals or the value that you can continue to provide to our community. You may be feeling personally attacked by the many comments that have been made tonight. Continuing to uphold the racist institution of the police absolutely justifies anger against you personally. But if you embrace the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and calls to completely abolish the police, we can work to become part of the movement for our collective liberation. Thank you, I see my time.
Thank you, Jeannie. Next up is Rachel Altman, followed by Lily Johnston. Unfortunately, Rachel, I'm not able to allow you to speak because of a technical difficulty of a version of Zoom that you're using. If you want to upgrade, I'll circle back around. Lily Johnston. Are you there, Lily?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So my name is Lily Johnston, and I live in Winooski, Vermont. And I've lived in Burlington, Richmond, and Winooski, and have become very close with the Burlington community here. So we've been told our entire lives that the police is to serve and protect its citizens. You're not doing that. We are telling you and demanding you that we are less safe when you are around. Our Black and Brown community is less safe when you are around. If you care more about keeping your job than actually protecting it, protecting who it is you say you serve, then you are not doing your jobs. Burlington needs to actively work to redirect its funds. You say that we are more interested in catchy slogans than other options, but we have other options. Instead of funding police to arrest and antagonize people who are homeless, we direct those funds towards programs to house and feed people who are homeless. Instead of funding the police who are in schools, redirect that money to get students access to mental health care and social workers. Tonight, right now, we are addressing the immediate terms, not the long term. We are demanding that you redirect your resources, or in other words, our money, to successfully and actually protect our community. We need to take the police out of schools, have 30% reduction of uniformed officers. Who were some of the first individuals in schools to be fired at the beginning of the pandemic? It was the mental health and de-escalation workers. We need to stop using the police for truancy calls and rather dispatch mental health professionals, de-escalation professionals, or even proper health responders to care for our community instead of criminalize them. And most importantly, we demand that you fire abusive officers Caro, Campbell, and Bellavance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lily. Next up is Grace Ahmed, followed by Mello Grant. Okay, Grace.
Hello, this is Grace Ahmed. I would like to encourage the police commission to come up with something a little beyond objectively reasonable force as seen by another officer when our officers are military trained people carrying guns. My family would feel safer if there weren't officers with guns in our schools. And that's what I'm going to say. And I'm looking forward to hearing the commission talk about the use-of-force directives. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Excuse me, Chair Gamache, would it be possible to take a 5-minute break? My staff needs a little bit of time.
I'm okay with that. I could use the bathroom as well too.
Right, I just need long enough for us to all hit the restroom and come right back.
No problem. I say we reconvene the rest of public forum in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Chair Gamache gave you the thumbs up, Shannon.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see.
Yes.
Awesome, perfect, thank you. Okay, Mello, and you should be able to speak. Mello. There might be an unmute button on your phone. I know you phoned in. I've unmuted your line. We can't hear you. I will mark you back to circle back around, all right? Next up is Will Gebhard, followed by Henry Jameson. Okay, Will.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Will Gebhard, a white male living in Ward 2, Burlington. Here to echo the demands raised by the Racial Justice Alliance, a 30% decrease in uniformed officers, intensive training in systemic racism throughout the department. That's an ongoing thing. You gotta get cops out of schools now. Stop policing Burlington's Black and brown children. Chief Morrison, this past Thursday at the first budget meeting that people attended, both you and Moreau spoke to the efficacy of cops in schools. And in last night's budget meeting, we heard from multiple educators saying the exact opposite. So there's obviously a huge disconnect between you and the people directly interacting with our children in these schools. We need to transform how, where, and what we police. And of course, we need to fire abusive officers, specifically abusive officers, Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance. Obviously, there's probably more in the system, but those are some that are rising to the top. Thank you. That was my time.
Thank you, Will. Next up is Henry Jameson, followed by Brian Bayer. Okay, Henry.
Hello.
Hey there.
I just wanted to echo something someone said, I don't know, probably 20 speakers ago. I grew up in Burlington. I grew up in the South End, and probably when I was 8 or so, my brother and I had a lemonade stand, and police officers came by, and we took photos together and smiled ear to ear like it was 1950 or something. So I definitely had, probably through my 20s, like pretty basic white idea of what policing was. And I guess it basically went like communities have problems that need policing to be solved. And it just seems that there's an abundance of evidence coming from, people of color, Black people, that is not the case, that actually policing is one of the problems. And so I stand in solidarity with all the other callers, and just reiterating the demands. Reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, train on systemic racism. And that's all. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Henry. Next up is Brian Mayer, followed by Greta Brown. Brian, perfect.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Brian.
Thank you. So I'd like to first say thank you to the commission for hearing everyone's comments this evening. And I want to again thank the Black organizers who have come before us, have led this movement, have put their bodies on the line, and have been fighting against systemic injustice, racism, and white supremacy for literally centuries. I want to echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance in reducing the uniformed force by 30%, transforming how, where, and what we police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and train repeatedly and with intention on systemic racism. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Brian. Next up is Greta Brown, followed by Joy Cohen. Greta, I'm unable to identify you. Joy. Joy, I'm not able to identify you either. Chris Barlow, I'm unable to identify you. Helen, I don't see you either. Helen. Dana Kaplan, I am unable to identify you, Dana. Jess Voss. Jess Voss, followed by Brianna Hauser. Jess, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, hi, Randall. Sorry. I'm a student at the University of Vermont in the philosophy department, as well as a bartender downtown. I would like to reiterate what the Racial Justice Alliance has put forward, asking for a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, to get all police out of schools, to stop using police for truancy calls, and obviously to fire the abusive officers, Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Belvance. I don't believe that in any way we can look at what they've done and say that they're acceptable people to have on the police force. I know people that have had interactions with them after the situation that we've seen, in which they've assaulted a member of our community, and those experiences were also negative. So I have no reason to believe that these people should be employed anywhere within the state, and I don't understand the statement put forth by the Burlington Police Officers Association and why they think in any way that that's an acceptable response. I think that the statement that 84% of Americans do not agree that cutting the number of police officers or reducing the size of police departments is the way we achieve goals is absurd, and I would like to see where those statistics come from. And again, I would say we should be listening to what you guys have heard here tonight. I'm honestly happy to see the commissioners here, and that's the people that I see representing us are good, but I would urge the police officers in attendance and Chief Morrison to listen to their constituents. I yield my time.
Perfect. Thank you, Jess. Next up is Brianna Hauser, followed by Avery Rassman. Okay, Brianna.
Hi, my name is Brianna Hauser, and I am a white resident of Burlington. I'm here also to uplift the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance, which are a product of the hard work of Black people and other people of color in this community. The Burlington Police Officer Association's racist and patronizing response to these demands is a blatant affront to this brilliant work and makes clear that the Burlington Police Department is complicit in the fundamentally racist institution of police that throughout history has been intent on suppressing the voices of Black activists by using violent and oppressive means. I echo the demands developed by the Racial Justice Alliance and urge the Commission to respect these demands. Reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, including but not limited to Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Belvance. And I would echo former comments that Chief Morrison's comment that the violent actions of these officers is behind us is absolutely unacceptable. Allowing these officers to remain on the force tells all of us, particularly Black and brown folks, that you don't care about the safety of this community. Finally, train every single individual involved in the Burlington Police Department on systemic racism. To the white folks on this commission, we have been brought up being told that police are here to protect, and many likely could not imagine a world without police because it disrupts our sense of white comfort. This thinking is rooted in white supremacy and is upholding a system that is killing Black people, people of color, and LGBTQ folks, and is perpetuating cycles of poverty and incarceration. We must listen to those who are telling us how to do better. Only when our systems meet the needs of those who are most oppressed will it truly protect and serve us all. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you, Brianna. Next up is Avery Rasmussen, followed by Jeffrey Mayer. Avery, you should be able to speak. You may have to unmute yourself on your end, Avery.
There
Perfect.
we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Awesome. Okay. Hi, commissioners. My name is Avery. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a white resident of Ward 1. The Burlington Police Officers Association statement spouted a national statistic from an unidentified source as the only data to support the narrative that communities want police. However, in the statement you just read out, well, it's not so just read out anymore, regarding the murder of George Floyd, you said policing is inherently a state and local issue, and that therefore you plan to solely focus on the Burlington Police Department and community. Your community could not be more clear with their demands. So why aren't you listening? I stand with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance in demanding that you reduce the uniform police force by 30%, completely transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children by getting police out of schools, fire abusive cops, train police on systemic racism and your role in it. If the safety of our community is your true and earnest mission, then you need to reconcile that with the fact that your community is sitting here telling you that you do not make them feel safe. You cannot reform or rebrand a system that was built to oppress. Thank you in advance for listening to your community and taking the time to do so. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Avery. I'm gonna switch gears here for just a moment, and I'm gonna take over the timer. Give me just a second. Except now I can't see the participants. Just one moment. Okay. Can everyone see that okay? Just so that I know that, because it's my view is now different. Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, next up is going to be Jeffrey Mayer, followed by Meg Klein. Okay, Jeff.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Jeff Meyer and I'm a resident of Ward 8 here in Burlington. I'd first like to echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, to transform how, where, and what you police, to stop policing our Black and brown children, to fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and to train all of your officers, new and old, on systemic racism. I'd also like to, as many people have already spoke to, again, remind everyone that in the Burlington Officers Association letter published yesterday, the movement to defund the Burlington Police Department and refund social services of the community was characterized as being about council members looking for, quote, catchy headlines. What these city councilors are in fact doing is listening to our community. Our Black and brown siblings in this city say that they feel unsafe around the police, and our counselors are listening. Community member after community member is calling for the firing of abusive officers who have completely lost the trust of the community, and they are listening. Parents and teachers are saying that the police presence in school does more harm than good, and the counselors are listening. Medical professionals and social workers are saying that cops responding to mental health crises is often inappropriate, if not dangerous, and they are listening. While they are listening and fighting for their community, the BPOA is using fear tactics and 4-year-old national statistics to try and protect their salaries. The BPOA cowardly shied away from acknowledging the deep systemic problems that hundreds of our community members are now voicing. And quite frankly, they don't seem capable of doing so. Their condescending and insulting statement should make clear how much work you all have to do. I hope you are listening with an active and open heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next up is Meg Klein, followed by Caroline Hauser, and then Cameron Chambers. Meg, are you there?
I am here.
Perfect.
I'm Meg Klein. I'm an educator and a parent in Burlington School District. I've been sitting here listening along. I support the Racial Justice Alliance's requests, and I'm going to cede the rest of my time to my daughter. She's an 11-year-old at Integrated Arts Academy in Burlington. She's white presenting with Abenaki heritage.
I wanted to say what I've witnessed. My Black friend got the police called twice for something that escalated really quickly, and it did not help the situation. Same with my white friend, but he had autism and he got cornered, and it did not help the situation, and it was completely out of pocket. And it was like, for me, it did not feel good to see my friends to get treated like that for absolutely nothing. They didn't do anything wrong. The police should not have was called, and that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, so it touches us really personally. You know, this is an 11-year-old little girl who's been listening along to the police commission for hours, and hits really close to home for us. So in my role, I don't feel comfortable or clear with the relationship with Burlington Police Department. I don't feel comfortable or with it in my neighborhood, and neither do my kids. One of those kids was suspended and showed up at IAA on recess, and the police were called. That's an appalling use of policing. Specifically to you, Chief Morrison, don't ever private message me on social media again late at night, ever. It's completely inappropriate, and it shows a complete lack of understanding of power and authority and how it feels for the residents in your city. The relationship with BPD is broken, and we need to defund it. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Next up is Carolyn Hauser, followed by Cameron Chambers. Carolyn, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, thank you. My name is Caroline Hauser. I'm a resident of Ward 6 in Burlington, and I'm calling in support of the demands from the Racial Justice Alliance to reduce the uniformed police force by 30%, to transform how, where, and what you police in Burlington, to stop policing our Black and brown children, get police out of schools, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and implement training on systemic racism. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Carolyn. Cameron Chambers, followed by Eileen Maddox. Okay, Cameron.
On systemic racism and de-escalation / nonviolent methods of approaching the community, the abolition of policing our community's Black and brown children, and firing the known abusive officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellabanks. Further, I as well endorse the ramifications of a police-free Burlington. The violence perpetuated by police departments across America against Black and brown bodies is not absent in our state. Do not continue to let the badge your officers wear be outshined by their holsters, or more shamefully, by your inaction to meet these demands. Black Lives Matter. I hope you hear that. I will now yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Oops. Next up is Eileen Maddox, followed by Katie Scheck. Eileen, I am unable to identify you. Katie Scheck. I'm unable to identify you as well, Katie. James Martucci. Okay, James.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'd like to take just a moment to thank the commission for spending these hours listening to all of these demands and the outrage and the hurt that people are expressing. And I want to not take away from any of these points, but rather to amplify each and every one, because so many people have already put in a lot more time and effort articulating their personal demands. And I think that the accumulated total of that is an immense force for change. And I think that if you can see that tonight of all nights on a Tuesday night and going forward, we have it, the steam has not shut down. And I think that you guys need to properly address what the United States is going through right now, and not to hide, not to cover it up, and not to shy away in any way. This is the time for action. I think that you guys are in a unique position to make some real substantial change for this community. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, James. Next up is Jesse Metzler, followed by Aaron Simon. Okay, Jesse.
There we go.
Perfect.
My name is Jesse Metzler. I'm a white man, father of two, and a music teacher, and a resident of Ward 1. I'm here to support the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance, and especially to demand the firings of future ex-officers Jason Bellavance, Corey Campbell, and Joseph Coro. Chief Morrison, I know that these cases where uniformed officers beat citizens did not occur on your watch, and you don't feel it's your place to discipline them. But their brutal actions tell me that no amount of training can completely eliminate instances of police brutality in our community, and that's not okay. Police subtly know that the union will catch them if they fall. There should be no safety net for police brutality. Firing these officers is the only way to enforce the message that police brutality is wrong and to start rebuilding trust in the Burlington Police Department. An earlier speaker, Deb Booten, said that she believed most of you are good. I want to believe this. I really, really, really do. But when 3 abusive officers' actions are protected by you and over 100 of your colleagues, it taints the entire crew. Bellavance, Campbell, and Coro need to be fired. I know their departure won't make everything okay in our city. Police brutality in America is a symptom of systemic inequality, which we should all fight against. But this is one action that you can take now to move us closer to justice. Finally, I want to echo the excellent critique from previous speaker Oscar Flemmer and others on the vague definitions of excessive force laid out by the BPD. You need to be specific on what techniques are allowed and what are not. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Next up is Aaron Simon, followed by Mello Grant. Okay, Aaron.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Erin Simon. I'm a resident of Burlington, Vermont, and I am here to support and echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. Reduce the uniformed police force in Burlington by 30%, transform how, why, where, and what you police, stop policing Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and train them deeply on systemic racism. Black Lives Matter. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you, Aaron. Mello. You will need to unmute yourself on your side. Are you able to unmute yourself? Mello Grant.
Could we just give her a couple, like a couple more seconds to try to connect on, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's just, it's weird. It says it's connecting and it's spinning and but here we go. Thank you so much for your patience. I do appreciate it. And I really appreciate the participation from the fellow callers this evening. It's super important that the momentum continues. In the past, we've been outraged, although I feel not as outraged as we are now, but we have to continue. A couple of things I want to mention is I've been really disappointed in some recent statements made by Chief Morrison. She stated we need to listen to our community and vow to never let an incident like this happen here. Incidents have already happened here, and we're not listening to the community. Regarding moving past the disciplinary issues and the past incidents, we can't do that if you keep resetting the conversation. And by that, I mean not fully understanding how we in the community feel and what we need to happen. When you say that there's a limit on discipline because you have to take into account the officer's family, I'm not saying that an officer's family doesn't have value. What I am saying is that if someone is a victim of having violence perpetuated on them by an officer who does not follow the policies and procedures already in place, that family, they have value too. Who's going to protect them? When we look what happened to the Mealy family, when Jeremy was struck, when his brother was asked to stop, and then he was struck, then his other brother was struck. What about their family? The discipline has to be such so that if an officer's worried about, wow, I'll be out of work because of my behavior, that might affect my family, then we might actually have something effective.
Okay, Mello, thank you.
People have ceded their time. I'd like to hear her finish up, please.
I just feel that actions have to have consequences, and they have not. And I'm concerned about the continued lack of empathy and the disconnect that the department has with the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Simon. I am unable to identify you, Aaron. Bella Federico. I do not see you either, Bella. Aiden Warhol. I am unable to identify you, Aiden. Jesse Milligan. I am unable to identify you also, Jesse. Jill Allen.
I'm sorry, I believe Jesse Milligan is under jmilligan@howardcenter.org.
Perfect, thank you so much. All right, Jesse.
That's okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jessie Milligan and I'm a white resident of Burlington. I'm a mental health clinician in our community that is endlessly disheartened by the lack of resources we offer to our most vulnerable populations, including people of color, those living with mental health illness, and those living with substance abuse challenges. Just today, I was having a conversation with a Black mother who spoke to the overwhelming fear and responsibility she feels to keep her Black son safe from the white supremacy and violence that plagues all systems in our city, citing the BPD as the system she fears most. She, like so many other mothers of color, feels it her duty as a Black mother to coach her 7-year-old son on how to appear unsuspicious and keep big feelings hidden while in the presence of police officers. He's 7 years old, but his mother knows all too well that because of his Black skin, he will be seen as a threat for simply existing while in a public space. I stand in wholehearted solidarity and alliance with the tireless efforts of the Racial Justice Alliance and demand that Black and brown voices are heard and honored. These demands are a bare minimum and include reducing the uniform force by 30%, transform how, where, and what we police, stop policing our Black and brown children, firing of the abusive and racist officers Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance, and training on systemic racism. All lives cannot matter until Black lives matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Jesse. Next up is Michael Fife. Are you there, Mike?
Hang on, there's the button.
Perfect.
Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Hi, it looks like Chief Murad's doing paperwork or something, so that's fun. It's nice to see everybody's faces on Zoom again. It's been a minute. I was last here to talk about social media policy and nothing got done. So I think it's great that there are a ton of people here. And I think the police commission and the police chief and the deputy chiefs that are here have an opportunity to maybe start to reestablish some faith in the police department. I haven't seen it. I hope that people will keep showing up and keep gumming up the works of the meetings, because right now I feel like that's the most effective strategy to get anything done, which is pretty unfortunate. I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think it's still crazy that the new police chief is contacting people over social media, as I just heard. Maybe you should have a policy for that that's specific. I don't know. I really also want to just say that the police commission needs to have some actual oversight and authority over the police department. I don't think that exists right now. As long as it's only an advisory board, what's the point? Yeah, with that, I guess I'd also just like to add that I hear a lot of people making comments that like plead to humanity and like plead to your actual listening. I hope they're right, and I hope you can actually listen. But you know, my impression of the prior police chiefs and prior police commission meetings has been that you're just going to push through what you want anyway. So hopefully there's a change there. Best of luck to everybody. Thanks everybody for showing up.
Thanks, Mike. Just to give everybody an update of where we are, we have roughly about 30 people to get through the first round, and then I will circle back through to the ones that were either unidentifiable or were not available at the time.
Shannon, this
Yes.
is Michelle. We just got notified. There's Emmy Hedrick. You had her down as Emily, so you didn't see her name, but it's.
I have received her email. Thank you.
Oh, you did? Okay,
yes.
great.
Perfect. Thank you. Like 3. First I have Jabari Jones, then Marla Thomas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, my name is Jabari Jones. I am Black. I live in Ward 1. I lived here for 4 years. And I want to echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. When this pandemic came down, I was really only afraid of 2 things. One was COVID-19, obviously, and the other was the police. I was still working for the first few weeks, and I was going out. Felt like, I wanted to hang on to my job, but I also don't want to risk my life. I don't know what's going on. It's kind of dangerous out here. Still a lot of unknowns about COVID, but I was pretty certain about my fears about just being randomly accosted by the police, especially with the abusive officers that have been named over and over again still being on the force, and the rest of the police force apparently supporting their presence. So yeah, I'm not afraid of police from Chicago coming over here and, shooting me if I'm having a psychotic episode. I'm not afraid of police from Minneapolis coming over here and, pushing me up against the wall so I turn into a rag doll, bleeding from the mouth. I'm not afraid, of police from New York City coming around and maybe stalking me on social media, except for that one guy. It's Burlington police. You need to deal with Burlington police. This is not about Minneapolis. This is about Burlington. And I need you to follow the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance, which is the bare minimum. Try to restore some actual safety and trust in the streets of Burlington so that I can feel like I can breathe in this city. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Next up is Marla Thomas, followed by D. Bouchard. Okay, Marla.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Marla Thomas, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. I am a white woman and a business owner with my husband, who is a Black man, and our children, who are both Black. I am here to echo the demands from the Racial Justice Alliance, and I am very happy to hear and know that so many white allies are here tonight. I think it's important to share or let everyone know that it is important that white people are the solvers of this problem, as it is us that created it. And without actually confronting white supremacy, there's actually going to be no change anywhere. I can understand that it is scary to be confronted and that people feel defensive, as was the letter that was put out yesterday. I do think it's really important. As a white woman, I really thought that I understood cultural competency until I gave birth to a Black child, and then it was even more reinforced that I didn't understand what was going on until I married a Black man. It is vital that we understand that Black people are telling us that there are racial injustices. No one is asking that question. Is racism occurring, or is police brutality occurring in this city? Black people are telling us that it is happening. So to defend that or question that is absolutely an inappropriate approach. I would love to not have to explain to my children how to respond to police. I would love to not have to worry about whether or not my husband will be coming home, or if I need to call someone and find out where he is. I am asking you to stop policing our Black and brown children, and please make some actual change in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Marla. Next up is D. Bouchard, followed by Harley Johnson. Okie dokie. You may.
Hello.
Perfect.
Wonderful. My name is Dee Bouchard. I'm a white resident of Ward 2. I stand in support of the Racial Justice Alliance demand echoed by so many folks in this meeting tonight. They've been repeated so many times. I hope that everyone on the commission is actually listening and radical change is needed. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Harley Johnson, followed by Mariah Cronin. Okay, Harley.
Hi, my name's Harley Johnson, and I'm a white resident of Ward 2, and I would also like to echo my support of the demands to reduce the uniformed force, transforming how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, and fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and train on systemic racism. And being white, it's not my place to perform anger on this issue, but I will just say I was personally very disappointed by the statement that was issued by the Burlington police. It does not talk about the legitimate problems and concerns in the community, especially of Black and brown people. And I think in order for the community to move in good faith with the police, these demands are the bare minimum that need to be met in order to have some semblance of justice moving forward. So I hope the Burlington Police Department does better in this regard. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Harley. Next up is Mariah Cronin, followed by Michaela McSherry. Okay, Mariah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Mariah Cronin. I use she, her, or they, them pronouns, and I'm a white resident of Burlington's Old North End. A few days ago, there was an altercation a street away from my apartment. An older white man had either pushed a woman or pulled her hair. It's unclear. While violence against women and white male supremacy are huge parts of why we are having these conversations, I will stick with discussing the police budget. At almost 1/4 of the city's budget, this is a moral receipt. I digress. During some verbal argumentation, this older white man pulled a knife out of his pocket on a man who was trying to defend the woman. Someone called the police, and 5 police cars came hightailing it through our otherwise peaceful Old North End neighborhood. Eventually, the man was taken to the precinct. Apparently, he was detoxing. Why is imprisonment our go-to form of rehabilitation? Incarceration, locking people in cages deprived of basic human dignity, is not rehabilitative. We did not need 5 police cars and numerous officers to do something that a social worker or substance abuse counselor would be much better capable of handling. Let me remind you, this is a relatively nice ending to a cop story. Imagine if the man was Black, if there wasn't a crowd of neighbors around, if it hadn't been in broad daylight. The police are damaging and dividing our city and the country, as they have been since the beginning of this institution. Who are they protecting and serving? They do not protect us. They do not serve us. As a survivor of sexual violence, I am intimately aware of their incapacity to help victims. We need to defund the police department and put our money where our mouths are, towards promoting health, education, and knitting community together, not tearing it apart at the seams. I demand that you reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and train on systemic racism. In conclusion, individuals may be okay or have good intentions, but we all know the impacts of being a police officer far outweigh that. Excuse my French, but therefore all cops are bastards. It's high time for them to find a more just and helpful career. Thank you for listening.
I like the quick, like, I love that.
Thank you, Mariah. Next up is Michaela McSherry, followed by Dan Dedom. Okay, Michaela.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Michaela McSherry, and as a white resident of Burlington, I want to use my voice to uplift the voices and demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. For the sake of time and thanks to the eloquence of my fellow community members, I will try to keep this brief. While I appreciate the Commission and the work they promised to pursue through the objectives outlined in the statement read previously in tonight's meeting, these promises are unfortunately not sufficient in eliminating violence within the police force of Burlington, and are frankly proof of the lack of understanding of the gravity of the dangers said institution poses. Minneapolis had reformed their police back in 2018 with similar proposals that sought to fix problems of professionalism and individual level bias. The root of the issue does not lie in the individual, but within the structure of policing itself, whether that be in Minneapolis, in Burlington, or in any other city of the US. As such, I want to reiterate the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. We are calling for a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, to get police out of all schools, to stop policing Black and brown children, to stop using police for truancy calls, and for the firing of abusive officers Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. Please listen to your community. Lives are at stake. Black lives matter, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Dan, you gave me another, but I'm not seeing that as well, Dan. Is this you, Dan?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Okay, perfect.
Hi, okay, I'm Dan. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said here, but I've got my own score to settle. Last summer, I worked for the Burlington Parks Department in the Cemeteries Division. So if you've ever had a nice walk in a Burlington cemetery, you can thank me and my coworkers for that. But also, more importantly, you can thank the so-called work crew, which are crews of prison laborers and other people trying to commute their sentences, who, to my knowledge, were paid next to nothing to keep the cemeteries clean and in good shape, as well as to wash down city buses. I would ask, in fact, I would demand that if the city of Burlington continue to use these work crews for essential public services, those people be compensated as city workers, just like me and my coworkers were. In fact, one of my coworkers was hired off of the work crew and worked the months of June and July for free before collecting his first check the first year that he worked. So, I mean, I think this is like totally immoral to not pay people for these essential services. I think that when we talk about things like defunding the police and putting money into other social services, these are the kinds of things that we should be putting money into, you know, compensating people for the work that they're doing. That's pretty much all I have to say. Black Lives Matter, defund the police. Thanks. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Dan. Next up is Emily Fishman, followed by Elliot Tobin. Emily, I am unable to identify you. Elliot, I am unable to identify you as well. Elliot, Eileen Lynch, I'm unable to identify you as well. Eileen, Noah Gibbs. Noah, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
I would like to say, I think you probably all know the words by now and can feel free to sing along. We need a 30% reduction in uniformed officers. We need to transform how, where, and what is being policed. We need the Burlington Police to stop policing Black and brown children, fire the cops hurting and killing people, and train on systemic racism. These demands are made in solidarity with the Racial Justice Alliance, Black Lives Matter. I would like to say that these demands are not made to be catchy, as has been suggested. I do not believe that a violent force with its roots in slave catchers and Pinkertons can be reformed into social workers, particularly if their ranks include the likes of Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. I yield the remainder of my time. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, Noah. Next up is Trav Fryer, followed by Kim Friedman. Trav, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Trav Fryer. I'm a homeowner in the Old North End. Just calling to say that I stand with the demands of the I stand with the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance, and I agree with the caller who said that there needs to be consequences. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trav. Next up is Kim Friedman. Are you there, Kim? Kim, you may have to unmute your perfect. I'm not able to hear you. Looks like you're muted again, Kim. Okay, now. I am unable to hear you. Okay, we will circle back around, Kim. I am looking forward now.
Shannon, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, hi. Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience. I know you've been at this for a while.
That's fine.
My name is Kim Friedman. I'm a 57-year-old white woman and mother of 2 children. I'm here today because the actions of police officers across the country, including Burlington, continue to debunk the white myth, and it's a white person's myth, that the police are meant to be the guardians of public safety. They are not. And you have lost the trust of many white people, and Black and Indigenous Americans have good reason to have never trusted you. Police forces have become highly militarized, which I think is extremely inappropriate, and are ill-equipped to respond to our community's needs in ways that build and sustain vibrant communities. We must respond in meaningful ways to the challenges created by 4 centuries of systemic racism. And we must reimagine what public safety looks like, feels like, and entails. This is not radical, and this is not to be dismissed. We are at a pivotal point as a society, and we better step up because the stakes are really high. In terms of reducing the uniform force by 30%, I believe that needs to be coupled with redirecting resources to ensure food security, access to physical and mental health care, and stable housing. In terms of how and where and what the police, there are many countries where police officers don't carry a weapon. In the United States, many of us fear police officers. That's not sustainable. As a former school board chair, I firmly believe that police officers have no place in our schools. Restorative justice, yes. Police officers, absolutely not. In terms of firing cops that are hurting and killing people, how can we as a society—
Out of time, Kim.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Lauren Bird. Lauren, I am unable to identify you. Jenny Papisoff. I am seeing a Jennifer, and that is all. Jenny, is this you? Okay. Let's see, Maggie Graham. Are you there, Maggie?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Hey, my name is Maggie Graham. Thank you so much for your time tonight, you guys. I am a Burlington resident, a white woman. I live in the Old North End. I'm a mother of 3, and I'm a family physician in the community. So many things. First and foremost, I stand, of course, in solidarity with the Racial Justice Alliance and all their demands that have been mentioned previously, including a 30% reduction in patrol officers, getting the police out of the schools, firing those 3 cops, and not policing our Black and brown children in the community. 2 other things. One, unfortunately, one of my children suffers from significant mental health struggles, and we have had to use the police before in times of crisis at home, which has been devastating and wholly unhelpful. And each time that I was told by the crisis folks on call that there was no other, resource right then except that I needed to call the police, the first thing that would come into my mind is, thank God we're white. Thank God my kid is white, because I'm so scared right now of what's going to happen. And if my child were of color, I would be much, much more scared, obviously. My child had made similar threats that I heard someone else talking about earlier, that she was going to try to attack the police when they came so that they would just kill her because that's how depressed she was. And that just speaks for itself. And the second thing is, as a doctor, I need to speak to the public health aspect of police use of force. Police use of force is the 6th leading cause of death for young men between ages 20 and 29 in this country. And 1 in 1,000 Black boys and men in this country can expect to be killed by police in their life. That's by a recent study out of Rutgers in August of 2019. So I thank you for your time, and please listen to the demands by the folks of color in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Lauren Bergeron. Lauren, are you there?
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, I'm a licensed educator. I also double majored in American Studies. I'm a Burlington resident, as I have been for the past 27 years. I have shared for years I don't place 100% blame on the officers. This is continuing to occur due to immense lack of necessary training. Your leadership is not serving your officers. Your officers, therefore, cannot serve and support the community. Your officers are not serving themselves to move into our future with the lack of knowledge. This comes from a place of experience as an adult child of a Burlington household filled with domestic violence repetitively. 3 to 7 white officers in my household, 3 in my room at one time, with no means to speak to a traumatized child, nor a child at all. I knew that at the age of 7. Your favor for the white man put my family in danger too. And I'm not interested in raising my family in a community that unnecessarily polices Black members. I can't help but wonder, what would you have done if my father was Black? I and my family needed more help too. The job of policing is unfortunately built for the ongoing premise of slavery. It was started for slaves. It will continue to enable white supremacy, and this echoes the words of Dan in his story. Police need a knowledge of child development too, and they especially need a trauma-informed knowledge, as the Black members of our society are all suffering from trauma. Don't allow your choices moving forward to be from a place of fear. Your choices should be uncomfortable. People of color have been in fear and uncomfortable in our communities for far too long. Being an officer is a choice. Being a person of color is not. Chief, I was so proud to see you out there in that video the other day. And with my son standing there and your officers putting lights on days before that, please continue to make us proud in Burlington.
Thank you, Lauren. Next up, we have Catherine Goslin and Mari Udux. Oh, Kat, are you there? You may have to unmute yourself on your end. Kat Goslin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so my name is Catherine Goslin, and I stand with the Black and Brown members of the community and the Racial Justice Alliance. My demands align with theirs, which is better training on systemic racism, firing cops who are hurting and killing people, including Campbell, Carreau, and Bellavance, as well as reducing uniformed force by 30%. And I would like you guys to transform how, where, and what you police. I would like the police out of schools and to end the policing of Black and Brown children. And I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Mari. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mary, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a social worker and a Ward 2 resident, and I strongly support the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. I found yesterday's Burlington Police Officers Association statement to be utterly unimpressive and frankly infuriating. The motion to defund the police is part of police reform. Reducing the number of police officers is part of redirecting resources to other outlets which aim to promote community safety and livelihoods. Those who this responsibility is shifted to will also have critical work to do when it comes to addressing the racist practices, beliefs, and systems of both their agencies and their staff members. Even so, there are massive power differentials between those alternative agencies and the police. Here, we are talking about harm reduction. Putting less emphasis on policing, a system that is not working, to put it lightly, is not a risky move in the slightest. Black lives are not safe. To change this, we need drastic reform. If you cannot swallow that the societal shift towards actual safety, community, and belonging starts with the minute steps of your cutting staff, editing job descriptions, and firing violent, racist officers, you are standing firm in choosing to remain perpetrators. The stance you have taken thus far only further reinforces that our demands must become realities. Whether your officers, quote, intentionally or unintentionally escalate a situation unnecessarily is completely irrelevant. This word should absolutely be deleted from the de-escalation portion of the proposed use of force guidelines at hand. There should be no gray area here. Finally, white commissioners, do not dismiss or edit the voices and input of your Black commissioners or Black community members. There should also be Black women on your commission. Flip the script, give us a reason to believe in you. I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is going to be Ella Miguel, then Maggie Stanley, and then Charles Winkleman. Ella. Ella, I am unable to identify you. Maggie. I am also unable to identify you, Maggie. Charles, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Charles Winkleman. I am a white resident of Ward 1. I use he or they pronouns. And I want to share an email that former Chief Del Pozo sent to current Deputy Chief John Murad, where he states that the people who are complaining about police action are part of a left-wing PC mania, and where Deputy Murad states, it's like the waiter said to the table of activists, is anything all right? What I want to know is, if these are the leaders of the Burlington Police Department, notwithstanding that 2 leaders had to resign for trolling me and others in the communities, especially people of color, if the police force themselves didn't resign over this, if they wouldn't resign over all of the violent officers that continue to exist in this police force, there are no good officers in this police force. At the end of the day, the police should be abolished because this force is not able to respect the boundaries of the people of color in our community. Secondly, when it comes to the commission should be disbanded. You do nothing. You serve no purpose except to give manufactured consent for those who are in power. The reforms that you want to see are not going to work. These 8 reforms have already been tried in other cities. They don't work because you cannot reform a system that is broken. You cannot reform a system that is violent and built on white supremacy. So please abolish the police department, abolish this commission, and we can live a happy life in this town. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, Charles. Next up is Sonia Gluck. You there, Sonia?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Sonia Boyan Gluck. I'm a white resident of Essex, Vermont. I grew up in Hyde Park and I studied at UVM and lived in Burlington for 5 years. I'm calling, like many others tonight, to voice my support for the Racial Justice Alliance's demands of the Burlington Police Department. You've heard them many times tonight, commissioners and Chief Morrison, or at least they've been spoken, but have you really heard what was said? Based on the recent announcements made by the Burlington Police Officers Association, clearly some of you are not listening at all. The statement cites national statistics with an unidentified source stating that 84% of Americans do not think that cutting the number of police officers or reducing budgets is the way we achieve the goal of police reform. If you had taken the time to actually read the demands that were shared before putting out the statement and thinking about what they're asking, you would realize that nobody is asking to reform the police. Burlington Police Department has already implemented reforms for many years, and they haven't worked. Black people in Vermont are still 50% more likely to be pulled over by officers, according to a report from the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. The Burlington Police Department has had 155 years to enact reform. It's an old department. And what is needed is not reform, but rather abolishment, or deep transformation at the least. The demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance are a bold step in the right direction. And as you have heard, they are to first reduce the number of officers by 30%, get all police out of schools. It is not an appropriate place for police, and students need other kinds of support and not officers. To stop using police for truancy calls, which last night we heard that might be the case, but there are still people that are experiencing that. So again, sometimes there are policies that are in place, but they're not being followed. So just changing policies is not enough. It has to be changed in practice. And also firing abusive officers, Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, Jason Bellavance. Thank you.
Maggie, I have unmuted your phone line. Maggie, are you there?
Hi, yes, Maggie
Perfect.
Sandley.
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name's Maggie Sandley. I'm a resident of Ward 3, a longtime educator, artist, and youth advocate, and have a business in the South End. I think we're at a pivotal time in history, as I'm sure we can all agree. I find that there's a huge obstacle in that there are still a lot of people that don't agree with what the history of this country is. And I urge everyone to educate themselves on the history of slavery on which this country was built. I believe that deep police force transformation is necessary in terms of the training that police officers go through. They have so much responsibility and so much power at the tips of their fingers that there needs to be a much more holistic training in terms of history, race relations, how America was formed. Unless we're Native American, none of us are from here. We're all immigrants, and the history of slavery is disgusting, and it hasn't been taught in schools. I'm educating myself as we go along. I just want to share a quick story. In the early 2000s, when I first moved here, about 2002, I was at Church Street very late at night. I was up in a party in a second floor apartment and looking out a window, and two police officers, Burlington police officers that were Caucasian, were interacting with a person of color, a male, and pushing him around, and they yelled at him to go back to where he was from. I was
at a time
very upset.
I'd like to hear her finish, please. Sorry. If you want to continue,
Okay.
I'd like to hear you finish.
Sure. And I wrote a front porch forum post and let my neighborhood know that this was police brutality and the way they were physically handling this person, and also telling them to go back to where they're from was ridiculous, that those officers were clearly not Native American, I thought, and they should go back to where they're from then. And I received a phone call from the deputy police chief asking me, if I could modify my words, and trying to explain to me, trying to sort of muffle the incident. And there's just such a history of abuse of power, and there needs to be so much more education. And the police commission, we need to vote as a city. The city council needs to vote to give you all more power too, because unless the police commission really has power to have a say in hiring people and what the training's going to look like, I'm not sure if this is just going to be more lip service, although I appreciate you all doing the work you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Clavens. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. My name is Clavens, he, him. I'm a resident of Montpelier and on and off of Burlington. and I'm white, which is why I'm here to make a call for listening to Black voices. America has been built on a ground of systemic violence for a long time. Black and brown individuals know this best of anyone because they suffer the most from it and are targeted by it the most. They've been telling us for decades that our country has been neglecting genuine investment in its people and communities in order to keep people desperate, poor, in jail, and otherwise more like slaves. These voices have been routinely denied positions of power and change. In the past few months, the violence that America has been built on has been made clearer than ever, however, and it's clear that these voices are right. Many Vermonters I know cherish an identity of our state being a leader in the US in terms of being progressive, communal, and involved with its own people. And to some extent, it's earned it. But there is the danger of resting on that laurel and pretending that we do not have problems. Most dangerously, we cannot presume to tell Black and brown communities whether or not there are problems with how we treat them. We cannot leave it up to white people in positions of power to tell vulnerable communities whether or not they're vulnerable. I call on Vermont to set an example in listening to what members of these communities are saying, to take their voices seriously and treat them as experts on their lives, to face the fear that giving them power will lead to change and allow them to make that change, and to allow them to guide the direction of our community, especially where it affects them, because they are our community. Across the country, the community has asked for change. Let's set an example in listening to vulnerable voices and in moving towards a community supported by social care instead of threatened by police violence. I support the calls made by the Racial Justice Alliance. Black Lives Matter, abolish the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Alex Carambellas, followed by Alexa Gabriel. Oh. Alex. I am unable to identify you, Alex. Alexa Gabriel. I am also unable to identify you. John Thompson. Are you there, John?
Hello?
Yep.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you. I'm John Thompson. I'm a white passing male resident of Ward 3. And yeah, I want to express that it's great that our leaders are finally acknowledging that there's a problem with systemic racism in our community. And it's an example of May of last year, 3 or at least a dozen and a half Black and brown children, including some that I consider family, were threatened with having the police called on them on a city bus. And this, the situation has gotten so bad that essentially children of color in our community can see the threat of having the police called on them as essentially a death threat. So I think we're at a historic moment of opportunity to rebuild our city in a way that gives better consideration to our Black and brown citizens. And also a previous speaker reminded me of, yeah, there are probably too many police officers in the department. If you drive by somebody being pulled over and there are 3, 4, 5 patrol cars hanging out at a traffic stop. So we'll just keep thinking about that. Thanks for your attention. I yield my time.
Thank you, John. Annalie Pratt. Annalie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes.
Great. Just a moment. Bear with me for a second. Okay. I stand with the Racial Justice Alliance and their demands that many others have shared tonight, including to reduce the uniformed force by 30%, to transform how, where, and what you police, to stop policing our Black and brown children, to fire the officers that are hurting and killing people, and to provide training on systemic racism. I feel that these are the very basic demands and should be met. And as a white social worker working in Burlington, I hope that you can meet these demands, and I ask that you will, so that we can do better for Black and brown children and our community at large. Again, I feel that these are truly the basic demands, and I urge you to accept them and bring true reform to the Burlington Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalee. Circling back to Callie Flynn.
Hello.
Hey there, can you, it is pretty low, at least on my end.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So my name is Callie Flynn. I've lived in Burlington for my whole life, and I'm here to reiterate the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and to ask that all the officers in this meeting right now to please give the callers your undivided attention. The demands are as follows. Please reduce the uniformed force by 30%. Transform how, where, and what you police. Please remove officers from schools and stop policing Black and brown children. Fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, Carroll, Campbell, and Bella Vance, and include extensive training on systemic racism. In the message from the Police Association that was sent out yesterday, I believe, it said that the real issues affecting our community were not the issues that everyone has been calling about. And to say that is to say that you don't care about the Black and brown people in this community. Please hear what everyone is saying and please become a part of our community that we can trust. Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you. Next up is Emmy Hedrick. Are you there, Emmy?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Sorry, Shannon, that attempting to assist you in reading my name was an inconvenience to you.
No, that's all right.
After reading this draft, I just found some loopholes that I want to make sure are brought to attention. Like others have said, police cannot police other police. And so trained third parties need to come in to evaluate objective, reasonable use of force. I also feel that all language in this document that states officers should not perform an action need to be changed to they will not perform that action. The BPD needs to have zero tolerance of actions in which officers abuse their power. Ruled excessive use of force needs to always result in termination of the officer at hand. There should be no other options for disciplining officers in situations of police brutality. And in that same vein, neglect of an officer to intervene in situations need to also result in termination. There should be no wiggle room or forgiveness for officers who deliberately put civilian lives at risk. I also argue that officers have a large position of power and thus need to be held to the standard of making correct split-second decisions and receive the adequate amount of training in order to do so. And if a situation is reviewed to find an officer making the wrong decision that results in the harm of civilian, the officer needs to be held accountable for their action, regardless of how tense, uncertain, or rapidly evolving the situation was. It's part of their job. Neck restraint should not be permitted under any circumstance by the BPD. They have been found to be fatal, and there are other safer techniques to restrain individuals. And lastly, pepper spray must not be used to overcome passive resistance. It should not just be avoided. Protesting is not illegal, and pepper spray is not needed. And also, pepper spray needs to not be used on visibly pregnant subjects, elderly subjects, and subjects known to have chronic respiratory conditions, and not just avoided. There's no room for that. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Emmy.
Shannon, excuse me for a minute. Emmy, can you email that over to Shannon? And Shannon, can you get that to the rest of the commission?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Next up is Molly Schneider. Molly, are you there? You may have to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, Molly.
Hi. Sorry, I just joined. That's pretty funny that it's happening right now. Okay. So I just want to say that Jennifer Morrison, it's interesting to me that you've only been around for about half a year. I'm not exactly sure the right amount of time. I remember you saying it at the protest, but I don't remember the exact amount of time. But the fact that we have not had an actual police chief in a while speaks volumes. And I think that the fact that we're putting 17 million into something that we can't even find a decent human being to run, I'll answer that question with we won't find one because there are no decent police. If you are working for the police, you're perpetuating the false notion of white supremacy, and there is no place for that here in Burlington. I have nothing to say about things you can work on except maybe your resumes because it might not be soon, but y'all will be out of work. We will defund you and we will build a stronger, better, and safer Vermont without your help. I yield my time.
Thank you, Molly. Alyssa Chen. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, so I had to just unmute that. Let's just pull up my thing. So my name is Alyssa Chen. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an Asian woman who lives in Burlington. We need to call the police murderers of Black people what they are, modern day lynchings. The reason why we were asking to defund the police rather than reform the police is because of this history. Reforming the police, a system that was founded on slave catching, will only morph this racist institution into a new racist institution. 6 years ago, Michael Brown was murdered, and the Ferguson protests led to reforms like body cameras. However, these reforms have done nothing to stem the tide of police murders. 1,050 people were murdered in 2014, and 1,098 people were murdered in 2019. Also, none of these reforms have done anything to truly hold police accountable, as 99% of killings by police from 2013 to 2019 have resulted in officers not being charged. Black lives, including men, women, and trans folks, will continue to be murdered by the police as long as we continue to invest in this racist institution. I want to support and uplift the demands put forth by the Racial Justice Alliance to help dismantle systemic racism, reduce the uniformed force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and give trainings on systemic racism. We need to divest in police and invest in community until we don't need the police anymore. Thank you, and Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Next up is Hannah Brislin. Are you there, Hannah?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hi, my name is Hannah Brislin. I am a white resident of Ward 2 for the past 10 years. I am echoing the calls from Racial Justice Alliance to reduce the amount of police officers by 30%, as well as remove police officers from schools. But I also want to state that commending the firing of police officers in Minneapolis while not firing Campbell, Bellavance, and Caro is not only hypocritical, it's just a very empty sentiment and very disrespectful, quite frankly, to the citizens of Burlington, in particular, the victims and the victims' families of police brutality in Burlington, who you know, that experience and that police brutality is not behind them. And to make that claim is without basic empathy and sympathy, and is morally inept. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Hannah. Next up is Elizabeth McGavish. Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. And thanks for figuring out the Zoom.
No problem.
My name's Betsy. Yeah, similar to what Hannah just mentioned, I was interested to see that the commission just unanimously passed a statement that condemned the violence that was captured on tape in Minneapolis, but has allowed officers Coro, Bellavance, and Campbell to remain on the police force. Burlington's police department is really no different and has the same incredibly racist and violent practices that the Minneapolis Police Department does and police departments across the United States have. And, you know, within the last 18 months, we've seen multiple court cases against BPD for using excessive force against multiple Black men in our community. Again, this was including officers Campbell, Coro, and Bellavance. Last year, Corey Campbell, who's still in Burlington Police Department, escalated a situation and ended up murdering Douglas Kilburn by punching him in the face. And then we've, you know, had multiple police chiefs within the last 3 months because the first two were harassing community members online. And so, and it seems like maybe our current one is too. So we really aren't any different than any of these other police departments in the United States, that we need to be taking this issue of violence and racism in Burlington as seriously as our organizers are demanding that we do. So I want to reiterate some of the demands that Black organizers in our community have put forward, and that is to, number one, reduce the police force by 30%, transform how, where, and what we police, stop policing our Black and brown children by getting cops out of our schools, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, specifically officers Coro, Bellavance, and Campbell, and have significant training on systematic racism. Organizers have turned out hundreds of people for last night's Board of Finance meeting, have turned out hundreds of people for tonight's commission meeting. And if you think organizers are going to go away, if activists are going to go away, if these demands are going to go away, you're wrong. We're going to keep doing work on this. And so I hope you and look forward to you taking action on these demands as soon as possible. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Caitlin Crave. Caitlin. Are you there, Caitlin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Kriv. I'm a white member of the LGBTQ community. My transgender husband and I moved to Burlington from Texas so that we could raise our children in a safer, more progressive place. But none of us are safe until people of color are safe. The Burlington police have shown themselves to be no better than the violent, racist police in Dallas. We teach our kids that violence isn't the answer, but every day they see the police using violence to solve so-called problems. And in the case of officers Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance, using violence without provocation and without consequence towards people of color. They're supposed to be public servants, and they have failed to live up to that purpose. The public is now demanding their termination. Failing to do so tells people of color that their lives are less important than those officers' jobs. In any other profession, if you beat up some random person, not only would you be fired, you'd be arrested. Chief Morrison, your legacy is being written right now. You could be a forgotten name who upheld the status quo, or you could enact real change. Do not repeat the mistakes of your predecessors. We will be watching you. We demand a 30% reduction in the police force. We demand that you remove police from our schools where they cause nothing but harm. And we demand that you stop policing our Black and brown children. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next up, Meg Reynolds. Do not see you. Circling back around to Alexa Gabriel.
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Hey y'all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I'm here with a message for the folks in the police department and greetings to others. My ask is that you can open your eyes and look and see that another world is coming. When city after city after city comes to realize that the police are not the solution for safe, vibrant, and healthy communities, what will you think about the choices you're making now? People all over the country are demanding defund the police, reinvest in communities of color, in schools, in healthcare, in housing, and this is the least that white folks like myself can do to answer the legacy of violence and systemic oppression that started with chattel slavery and continues with mass incarceration and policing today. So folks, I'm asking you to open your eyes and listen to the words and the hearts of the people in your communities, to please think about your role in perpetuating a system that over and over and over again asserts that Black lives, the lives of Black men, women, trans and non-binary folks, children, are not valuable. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, Dana Kaplan.
Yes, okay, I'm here. My name is Dana Kaplan. I use he and him pronouns. I am a longtime member of this community and the executive director of Outright Vermont, working to support queer and trans youth here in Vermont. This has been 4 hours. Please continue to listen. I know this is hard work and this is so important. I know some of you on this call. Hi, Mark. Hi, Shireen. Hi, Eileen. Thank you so much for your leadership and for digging in deep to be present with your constituents in this moment. I just think that it's important to name that even on this call, it's really clear to me. I know eye contact can be weird because we're virtual in computers, but the Black folks that are on this call are present and engaged and here and listening, and the white folks on this call, specifically the police chiefs, are reading your email, doing whatever else you're doing, and it's just really important to be able to call that out and for you all to hold that and deal with that. It's a problem. As you all shared in your commissioner's statement, systemic inequalities within the Burlington Police Department are one manifestation of racism, and your task is to improve policing practices. In this moment when so many are watching and listening and waiting for big transformative moves, the time is now, and it's on you and the rest of us, especially white folks and those in leadership positions, to create safety and justice. We must keep listening to the people of color that are most harmed by our racist systems. As an accountability crew, it is your role to do just that. So I want to uplift the recommendations of the Racial Justice Alliance and thank them for their leadership in putting together a vision for what a less toxic city can look like. I urge you to make a decision that paves the way for the police department to head towards a path of healing, accountability, and equity. If not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Alex Carambellas. Let's see if that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey there. My name is Alex. I'm a white resident of Burlington, and I stand with the Black and Brown members of our community. I would first like to thank the Commission for listening. I know the Commission has many limitations. As a purely advisory unit, we need to be collectively demanding that the Commission have some sort of enforceable nature to its findings and decisions. I know there are a lot of incredibly valuable new perspectives to the Commission as per the new appointees from last year. But now, to echo the words of your Commission Chair, enough is enough, and your goals need to move with much more urgency. I would now like to support and echo the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. There needs to be massive reform undertaken by BPD, including but absolutely not limited to a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, getting police out of schools, stopping the use of police for truancy calls, and the firing of abusive officers Joseph Coro Corey Campbell, and Jason Belvance. That these officers continue to hold the badge should cause everyone associated with it to be unrelentingly calling for massive reform. Where have those unanimous calls been? Where have the consequences been? The commission serves as one of our only checks to the power of the police state, and your constituents are demanding that you check this power with more vigilance, or at least to the full extent that your advisory role allows you to. The racism and brutality of the individuals previously named in BPD have tainted the integrity of the entire institution. And the longer this inaction continues, the deeper the commission, as well as the entirety of BPD, is incriminated in its complicity and willingness to shield them from any meaningful disciplinary action and the institution from extensive reform. The reforming of the 2013 use-of-force policy must have its implementation expedited and prioritized. When it comes to policy, there must be the same de-escalation training and mandatory paperwork associated with physical or violent contact that our social workers are required to complete. I know this because I've had to do so during my role as a behavioral interventionist, and I assure you it is doable. We need to remove the practice of allowing police to review video evidence. I'm sorry?
You're out of time. If you want to just finish your final thought.
We need to reallocate resources by defunding the police and putting our resources into other support systems so that the police aren't doing the work of social workers and other individuals who are better suited to care for and support our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon?
Yes, Commissioner.
There's someone in the queue. Her name is Mayumi Cornell. She's a member of the Racial Justice Alliance. She's had her hand up for about 3 hours. Can we listen to her and then take another recess?
Absolutely. It's hard to see hands, so that's where the email like to speak is. So we will wrap up with Mayumi, and then there's 3 more emails that were just received to speak. And I guess I didn't hear. Did
3 more.
You call on Mayumi, or are you wanting to break?
Yeah, I was hoping to get to her. And as far as that recess thing is concerned, if there's only 3 more, then I would just defer to the rest of the panel.
Okay, perfect. Mayumi, are you there?
Hello.
Yes. Hey. Hello.
Hello. My name is Mayumi Cornell. My pronouns are she and her. I am a resident of Burlington. I am African American. When I was 43, for the first time, I matched the description. I didn't have any identification because I normally don't always carry it with me unless I'm going to someplace where I know I'm going to need it. It made me wonder, for the first time being a Vermont resident, why was I treated differently? Why did I match the description? I'm a homebody. I don't go to very many places. And to me, it was a real wake-up call. For the past year, I have been involved in social justice to make my community better. I beg you, hear my voice if you hear nothing else tonight. There is racism here. It pains me to know that I can be stopped only for the way that I look. It angered me and it frightened me. And I beg you, hear me now. Stop. There is systematic racism from the top to the bottom. And we are disingenuous if we don't think that it's here. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mamie. I have Dan Kirk. Dan, are you there?
I am here. Thank you, Dan Kirk, Ward 3. I'd like to quote and paraphrase Khalil Gibran Muhammad, professor of history, race, and public policy at Harvard Kennedy School and former director of the world's leading library and archive of global Black history. Quote, "What's possible now is recognizing that police officers and police agencies are incapable of fixing themselves. They've never been able to do it, and they've never been particularly compelled to do it. The incentives have never quite added up to be strong enough." And so the question that has to be asked is, do white people in America still want the police to protect their interests over the rights, dignities, and lives of Black, and in too many cases, brown, indigenous, and Asian populations in this country? End quote. I am a white person, and I do not want the police to protect white people's interests over the interests and rights, dignities, and lives of Black, and in too many cases, brown, Indigenous, and Asian populations in this country. If Burlington wants to lead in progressive social issues, we must create a city where Black, Indigenous, and people of color feel safe. We must address the root causes of well-being and suffering instead of creating arbitrary crimes to later punish. We must work towards economic justice, financial stability, safe and secure housing, and real social support safety nets. We need more jobs like social services liaisons. We need the police department to be accountable, and I recommend that their budget be responsible for any claims against BPD paid by the city awarded to plaintiffs. To be honest, they may simply defund themselves if this were the case. Beyond that, I stand with the Racial Justice Alliance demands. As municipal employees, police departments represent us, are paid by our dollars, and hundreds of us are making it clear of what your constituents demand. And I will reiterate your to-do list: 30% reduction in uniformed officers, cease the use of police in schools and for truancy calls, fire abusive officers Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance, and reinvest in communities of color. With only 5 seconds left, please do not pass a budget until these demands are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Valentine. Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Valentine Crow. My friends call me Val. Y'all can call me Ms. Crow. I use she, her pronouns, and I live in Ward 5. I'd like to begin by echoing the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. Reduce your uniformed force by at least 30%. Transform how, where, and what you police. Stop policing Black, brown, and Indigenous children. Fire cops that are hurting or killing people, optimally all of them, but especially Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. I'd also like to explicitly tell other white folks on this call, or anyone who listens to the recording, to avoid calling the police, as every call is a potential death, active violence, and or traumatic event. The police are an inherently violent institution, can only respond violently to problems, and must be abolished. Every day that BPD exists is another day where our community is harmed, traumatized, and prevented from healing. I yield my time.
Thank you, Valentine. Mary Colette. Mary, I am unable to identify you. You did just email.
I believe it's mcolette@howardcenter.org.
Perfect. Mary, are you there?
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. First of all, I want to thank and honor the members of the Racial Justice Alliance who have organized and developed the demands that have been voiced in various ways over the past 4 hours. I also fully support the demands that they have put forth. I will reiterate those demands here and state that we would like to reduce the uniform force by 30%, transform how, where, and what you police, stop policing our Black and brown children, fire the cops that are hurting and killing people, and please train on systemic racism. I pivot now to speak as a white licensed clinical social worker serving members of Burlington's community through a local social services center. I've witnessed palpable fear of people of color when our clinical work crosses paths with the Burlington Police Department. I have sat for hours in the Economic Services Division office in Burlington alongside people of color attempting to apply for financial assistance for a second, third, or fourth time, and I've witnessed their despair and hopelessness when their applications are denied in the wake of discrepant expectations within the local and state offices around applications. This is all to say that we have systems in place locally and nationally that were built on the premise and assumption of white supremacy. The beliefs and ideas that racism puts forth are not based in evidence, facts, or science. These beliefs and ideas were developed and perpetuated in the birth of a white supremacist nation. And to reference Dr. Kenneth Hardy, these beliefs and ideas are cognitive distortions. Distortions make us sick, and our nation has been unwell since its birth. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. There's just one final person that I'd like to follow up with, Rachel Altman. The only one I'm seeing here is Joe Altman. Could that be you? You'd emailed twice.
Hi, yes. Can
Okay,
you hear me?
perfect.
My name is Rachel Altman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a white social worker. I first want to say your statement is performative and empty. Your thoughts are with George Floyd and those standing with him. Where's your action? You commend the chief of Minneapolis police for quickly firing all of the officers who murdered George Floyd. Why have you not fired Carreau, Campbell, and Bellavance? They are violent and dangerous, and you are hypocrites. Your words are meaningless without action. I have seen only harm as a result of the police in our community of Burlington. Many unhoused people I know are constantly harassed and displaced by the police. They are arrested for simply living. Many of my queer, trans, and non-binary friends have been harassed by the police. They are arrested for simply living. I work at a therapeutic school where many of my students have a deep-set fear and trauma brought on by the police who have seen their families harassed and displaced by the police. They were arrested for simply living. I have seen you racially profile, harass, and meet with violence many Black folks and people of color. They were treated this way for simply living and because you lead with white supremacy, as do all police, making our community extremely dangerous. I believe the Burlington Police should be defunded and abolished, but until then, I stand with the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. As a social worker, I believe the people I serve are the experts of their experiences. And since you've been trying to fill the role of social workers, why don't you start by listening to your community by meeting these demands? Black Lives Matter. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. I apologize. The final one is Kai. Kai, are you there?
I most certainly am. Thank you very much. Apologize for the last minute nature. Very briefly, the police as currently constituted are not here to protect us. They're here to protect the interests of the wealthy and powerful and to maintain the white status quo. As such, the very notion of policing in this country and locally in Burlington needs to be completely upended and transformed. We need to begin from a completely different paradigm. For instance, current or former membership in the armed forces needs to be disqualifying in terms of who is allowed to be in whatever the police force of the future looks like. Bullies and the bullied need to be disqualified. Membership in white national groups need to be immediately disqualified. And we need to conduct far more extensive background checks on those who are under consideration for membership in our police force. Black Lives Matter. 450 years of victimization has to be corrected. I stand in support of the requests that are being made to reduce the police force and to change how policing is done in Burlington. We're way overdue on radical transformation, and I'm glad that we're finally having this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Chair, that concludes all of the requests for public comment and circled back to all of the ones that were missed.
Okay, I want to thank everyone for reaching out. I'm here listening. Thank you for that. And I believe the next part of the agenda is, is reviewing the updated draft of Use-of-Force Directives.
Mark had requested another 5-minute break.
Oh, my apologies. I will take a 5-minute break and reconvene then. ready to resume.
And people can say this is a bad idea, but we've just been on a call for 4.5 hours. We have a 30-something page document to review. I think that, when Randall said it's going to be 2 hours, it's going to be at least that to review this document. Is anybody else feeling like we need to set, even if it's a meeting in a couple of days, where maybe we have public forum, but I know that we're allowed to limit public forum to maybe 30 minutes so that we can actually dig in and do this important work? I feel like it was.
I think we'd have to ask Eileen, but I believe that the meeting can go into a recess, which means that you don't have to redo public forum. But Eileen can answer that.
Yeah, that's what I've recommended on these meetings, where you have an agenda that you've already adopted and said, here's what we're going to try to do tonight, and some part of it takes much longer. So public forum, in this case, you've now finished public forum. You could recess this meeting with the same remaining agenda to a date certain, if you could pick a date and time right now. And then you can just recess it to that and then start right into the agenda item. I think you just have one item on your agenda remaining, right? The use of force policy.
Correct.
I guess I'd like to hear from other folks. I personally, after 4.5 hours, I was ready to discuss this and dig into it, but it feels late, and it feels like everybody's going to be doing it tired. I personally think for me, I would like to be fresh in discussing it, but I'll leave it to, I don't know what everybody else is thinking.
Any other opinions or thoughts on that?
I agree with Commissioner Ash.
Sorry. Commissioner, Chair, can you hear me? It's Shireen.
I can hear you, Shireen, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I have Neri on the line. I've just unmuted us now. The reason I would like to do that is because we heard a lot tonight. What I would ask is if we could have, I would be grateful if Commissioners Harp and Chair Gamache could give us a 10-minute overview of what we're looking at versus what was presented from the task force, because so I just want to make sure that I have the big picture with these documents going into, I've reviewed them, but I will never say no to having the opportunity to look at them again with more context and also in light of the comments. So that would be my proposal, is if Commissioners Harp and Gamache are willing to give us some background on the documents we're looking at, and how, and also Chief Murad, and how they got where they are today.
I think could I defer to you, Randall, as as the writer of the document?
Well, I wrote the Reform Commission document.
Yes, sorry.
Right. So the Reform Commission document, I think, speaks for itself in terms of what the Reform Committee was requesting out of a use of force document. I think that there's a useful overview of what this use of force policy says, just in the document, which is labeled here DD05.01, the guidelines. So I think that many of the significant or salient differences between this and the previous use of force document would be kind of contained within that, or some of the salient differences. I guess I'm not entirely sure what the request is.
What I was trying to get background on, what I'm trying to understand better, is how these documents came together. So I guess I may have misunderstood that that Commissioner Harp, you had more involvement with how these came about. So maybe it was just in the task force report, and then this came from the department. I don't know. That's what I'm looking for to better understand.
Right. No, that's right.
May I clarify?
Please.
So what we did was, we had obviously we have an existing use of force document. It's online, and it's what currently guides, it's our current directive. That was broken up into several sections because it really was too large and too unwieldy a directive. It was broken up into sections and given to the committee, and the committee started to do a line edit of it in some of our last meetings, and that kind of became not really a doable process. So instead, it was looked at, it was understood that it had a lot of the things that we'd already been talking about with regard to being in other agencies' directives, other model templates out there. And Randall distilled what the last couple meetings talked about with regard to this is what we want in a use of force document. The changes that were made after the committee presented it were changes that ensured that every one of Randall's notes as presented to the city council was incorporated in the draft use of force policy. So this is largely what was presented in January and February, with a couple extra things to address Randall's notes, and then, one or two other things. I know Randall's found some things in looking through it. And then I think we heard some things tonight about, suggestions for what needs to be tweaked or changed in it as well.
Okay, thank you for that background.
John, do we have something that reflects the delta on those two documents?
No, I mean, it's not, there's no one thing, and it wasn't done, for example, in track changes. So it's really a matter of looking at what was submitted to the committee and looking at this one. And I don't know that I think Randall's done a little bit of it. I think the chair would be able to look at those two things. He too was part of that process. I don't know that looking at the two, taking a draft that was submitted versus this draft that's submitted doesn't seem fruitful. I think the bigger issue is
I think what
this is and what other things have, what else is out there that you might want.
No, maybe I misspoke. What I was really asking for is a side by side.
But between this and what was submitted in February, January, or between this and what we currently have online?
The latter.
So that, I mean, that you can do a side by side of that. We can print out versions of it, or I mean, it's all available online, the current one, and that can be done. You can take a look at the two side by side. I don't know that it's different enough that that's going to be a complicated process.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I know that there were maybe 3 voices that expressed, some willingness to recess this meeting and pick it up again later. I'm happy to keep plowing through this now. I mean, I'm happy to get this work done, and obviously some of the discussions from the comments that were received in the open in the community forum, and thanks everyone for all those comments. Some of those comments can be discussed as well. I made as many notes as I could. But I'm also happy to do it at a later time. I just think that, I'd said at one point that this seemed like kind of low-hanging fruit in the sense that there's a lot of stuff that this commission should be looking at in terms of improving and reforming policing. But having a good use of force policy seems like it should be easier because there already is a use of force policy in effect, and it's not as good as it could be. So, let's get something better.
This one is absolutely, inarguably an improvement on that one. Is it everything that it could be? No, but I think that first of all, we're going to see something coming from the state that is going to impose a model policy on the state. And I think that we're going to see federal versions of it too. And so, insofar as having one, there are other changes that are in the works. I would suggest getting a better policy now and not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, of getting the right thing now rather than the best thing too late is something to consider insofar as promulgating this one, because it is better than what we've got.
Motion to recess.
Do I have a second? Michelle seconds. And I guess raise a hand, or sorry, Eileen?
Yeah, before we vote, I think it would be helpful if you set it to a date certain and time, because a recess is supposed to be essentially a pause in the meeting. So
okay.
Amended motion to recess till Friday evening. 6 o'clock.
Mark, Commissioner Hughes, Burlington High School graduates on Friday, and I do have a senior who's graduating, and I was planning to
Congratulations.
celebrate. Thank you. I was planning to celebrate with him Friday night. So if
Well, we
it's
can't-
possible to
We can't
do
interfere with
another
that.
night.
Can anybody do Wednesday or Thursday?
I can't do Thursday.
I can do
Wednesday.
either.
Wednesday works for me.
So
Tomorrow.
Wednesday as in tomorrow or
in-
Wednesday a week from?
Oh,
Tomorrow.
sorry. Tomorrow works for me.
Okay, one of us would have to be on the Board of Finance, which I'd be happy to do, and John and Matt, who are more deeply entrenched in this, could stay with you guys. So we can divide and conquer tomorrow.
Neri, can you hear all this?
Yeah, either one works for me.
Okay.
Do we want to do
You
this
all
at
hear
the same time? Do we want to do this at the same time in the Board of Finance? Is that cool with everybody?
It should be fine because they did the same thing. They took a recess, Commissioner. They're going to pick right up on the agenda, so I don't think there's going to be more external input.
I'm just talking about it. Everybody, all of the commissioners, everybody that's here.
Well, that's videotaped.
I'm sure
so
that
if anyone,
there's maybe some of us may want to kind of be in two places at one time as well. We don't all have that ability to just split, divide, and conquer.
That's the beauty of being videotaped. You can watch it for Saturday morning, like Saturday morning entertainment.
So I'll amend the motion again and to recess until tomorrow night at 6 p.m. if it's agreeable with the commissioners.
I'll second that.
Motion's been second for recessing Wednesday tomorrow at 6 p.m. Guess show of hands, and we'll have a voice vote for Neri and Shireen. All in favor of recessing for tomorrow, 6 p.m. As 1, 2, 3, 4. Randall, no. And for Shireen and sorry, Mark was 4. Shireen and Irene, can I get your votes by voice, please?
A yes vote for me. Sorry, Neri.
Yeah, Wednesday is fine.
That's a yes.
So-
Okay.
Chair, if it's not unanimous, you have to take an actual roll call. So you need.
Okay. Thank you.
Call the
Sorry,
roll.
learning on to go. Okay, roll call. Commissioner Ash.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Hart.
nope.
Commissioner Herjak.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Miles.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
And I vote in favor. So that is 6-4 and 1 against. All right. I'm sorry for guidance.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Nope.
You know,
Sorry.
You're done.
Yeah.
You voted to recess, and so you're done.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
We can't adjourn. We're recessed. Thank you,
Okay.
Eileen. Good night, all.
My apologies. Good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you.